Good evening, crewmates. Captain Andy here. Here for some Final Fantasy XIV goodness. Wish to apologize from earlier. I did not come in earlier in the afternoon as I had planned. I needed some time to rest up a little bit for personal reasons, and yeah, sometimes you just gotta take care of yourself. But we're here now. Let's go have some fun. As from last stream, we have finished off with the 2.0 story with Clalin, at least the base 2.0 story. We're now into the Okay. Anyways, when we last left off, we finished off the base 2.0 story, and we're now going into the post-ARR events. Now, from this point on, there's obviously more MSQ that is available that we will go through, but there's also a couple other points I want to get through. Just one thing, just to point out a little bit more of 1.0 legacy references, which we will see in the binding coils of Bahamut. I'm not sure how long this will take. I think the cutscenes can take a little bit of time. And if I can't get it all done today, then, much like before, I'll split it up. There are 3 main sections to the coil. For the first part, we're going to get that done tonight. And maybe I'll do something different where if I get time to do all 3 sets of stories done tonight, then maybe I'll split it up. Once I'm done with the first part, then I'll still continue on with the stream, but I'll at one point end up going back to good evening, crewmates, much like earlier, and just cut it off in 3 times. See what the time is like when we get to those points, and go from there. And we're also joined by Lena today. Hey, Lena. Lena is absent, but he's here in spirit. And also, if I just need him to help me get me out of something. Now, it should be fine. Throughout the coils, I am going to go as Clalin, as Paladin. Because the coils can be a little bit tedious to just regular party settings. It's not that I don't want to do that. I'm actually interested in trying that out, to be honest. But for the sake of the story, we're just going to go with Paladin. And you can enjoy the story that way. This will be mostly a story-relevant stream. With more action coming up in the weeks to come. Days for sure, and weeks. Well, I'm not going to get the story done in a couple days. Anyways, so we're here in the glorious city of Gridania. Let us do a new game plus again. And that would be inside story. No. There, binding coil of Bahamut. Ripped from the heavens by the nefarious designs of Neil Van Darnus, the false moon Dalamud hurled into Vilbrand, its shattering impact forming a network of labyrinth caverns beneath the surface. Braving dangers untold, the Warrior of Light plumbs the subterranean depths that the truth behind the 7th Umbral Calamity may be unearthed. Commence. I don't remember where we start this, to be honest. We'll find out, though. I guess I should have looked up this part. I would like to think this is going to start in Mordona, so let's make our way around. Start with Mordona and go from there. Oh, Primal Awakening. I could have just clicked on that. We'll see. How's everyone's evening so far today? Hopefully good. Hopefully you're having the best night as you can potentially have today. Thanalan. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Let's go. Alright, so Lena's here. He just has himself muted. I do respect him for that. We'll just invite him in to the party. I have not partied with Lena in a while. About a few streams ago. It's mostly just, some of the battles just... It actually might be quicker with Lena. Lena, I'm going to invite you. I don't want to trigger you, I want to invite you. Really? Fine. Invite to
Wait,
party.
can't invite me or something? Okay, there you are.
Yeah. Hey, Lena, how's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, for some reason I go to right click on your name, it said target. Like, target. You're not even in Thanalin.
Uh,
Yeah, and since the end of...
uh,
yeah.
Any certain jobs you want me in?
He's gonna wish he never said that to me.
Are you gonna be spinning a wheel?
For me, no. Tell you what, for the Bahamut, go as you want for this one. Because a
Okay.
couple times I know a couple spots we do have to separate, I think. Well, you don't have to, I can always go myself and backtrack, but I think it's just faster this way.
Yeah.
Eh, ganun naman talaga ang tipid.
So,
Okay.
there you are. I think it's Urianji we have to speak with, or... Yeah, Urianji.
That sounds about right.
Urianji. When the Cenary moon did wane, there sounded a blood-curdling roar. A new primal has roused, the portents gave us to believe, one whose identity yet lieth beyond our ken. By thy hand, 3 primals have since been vanquished. As each returned to the ether, 'twas observed that tremors foreshadowing this fourth grew in strength and frequency both. The being doth quicken, and in time it shall become a scourge upon the land. Yet even as we pondered a course of action, a benevolent soul did arise, one who would forestall this threat. Though she be tender in years, she is true of heart and steadfast of resolve. She would solicit thine aid, if thou art willing to proffer it. Lest thou wonder, this maiden is of our order. Thus did the antecedent straightways consent that thou shouldst assist her, howsoever thou mayest. As soon as thou art able, hie thee to Wineport, where thy petitioner doth await thee even now. Thou shalt for certainly find her visage strikingly familiar. Strikingly familiar. I gotta work on my tones for some of these characters.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, last couple of streams it's been more like monotone, my own boring voice.
Got him.
Wineport. You know, I am curious. What are the Chocobo routes going to take me for there? Pray return to the waking sands. So, we got to go from Vesper Bay by taking a boat. I still think this is a cool cutscene. To me, it just brings you back to 11. Slightly. Because in 11 you actually got to be on the boat. For the journey on the boat. And whether you want to go check out the waters or just stay under deck, below deck, that was up to you. Also, it was up to the monsters that are on the deck that could potentially kill you. And the pirates.
Hell yeah.
And the sea horror. Lena has no idea what I'm talking about.
Nope. Probably a good thing.
I'm trying to convince him to join 11 just so we can check it out.
That's too much effort.
Yeah, I can tell. This 11 story is good. As episodic as it is a good story. It is Final Fantasy to its core.
Fair.
And much like every game Final Fantasy, it has its set characters that help the story. Whether you like them or don't, that's up to you, much like any other game, Final Fantasy. I like this Zansetsuken, how it just comes out.
Oh, the Zansetsuken. I usually use that quite often.
I didn't expect there to be a sound effect when I take it out.
Yeah. You have to take it out manually for for
Yeah.
it to look cool.
Well, it even comes out during cutscenes like that. I think this matches her gear. At least that's what I think. From afar.
Fair.
So we have to go to Wineport. I guess you're just gonna jump us right into the binding coils.
That's where LSA is.
That's where my contact is. Yes, the mysterious individual.
Mm-hmm.
Also
Yeah.
Yep. Chocobo Porter. Hire Chocobo. Hey, it does bring you all the way to Wineport. Brings you up to Camp Bronze Lake. The only thing it doesn't bring you to is Outer Lenosha. Huh.
Go figure.
Can't complain all the same. Too much? Too much? Yeah, I could probably get there faster by teleporting and taking my own chocobo, but this way, let the game do the driving.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I still remember 1.0 where you could not have chocobos until Yoshi P came along. God, that was harsh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you thought 1.0 was harsh, wait till you have to walk around everywhere in 1.0. That was... Yeesh. You get to learn. You get to learn the environment, and not trust the map 100%. Those that came from 11 understood that concept. That took it to another level, though. Wait, so this is the way to get to Vesper Bay, but the road doesn't actually go this way. How do I get down this seemingly this hole in the cliff that apparently there's an invisible wall in front of? I gotta find a ramp or somewhere. The map doesn't tell me where the ramp is. You get to learn it. I remember when I was getting the ethereal gates for to get that achievement, the Wanderer's Shadow title that you see right here. The maps give you a general idea on where it is compared in relevance to where you are. Didn't tell you the exact. It can give you an idea what was in your path to be able to get to that point. But when you actually make the runs for them, you quickly find out the map does not tell you everything. And it was trial and error. Trial and error, and knowing the terrain, knowing yourself, your character. Can you make it? What are strategies that you can come up with? In my case, I use the combinations of Chocobo while using hollow grounds, as well as sprint. And knowing the terrain and avoiding what I could. Because there are some sight mobs that you go by sight, some by sound, and I forgot to mention most of these mobs are about 40 levels higher than you. 30 to 40 levels higher than your max level. Some are true sight and true sound, which means they'll be able to see or hear you regardless of whether of that. So you got to pay attention to where you were. Once you get to the gate, activate it. Then some other cases you just die, but you got the gate. Sorry, you're saying?
Yeah, like, wasn't there some mobs that were level 99?
Yep.
Well, I could tell you, next expansion, they're gonna be a piece of cake.
Yeah, let's put that back in 1.0. Yeah, alright. Oh, it's LSA. She's the mysterious individual. You didn't hear Lynn say earlier. Alright. It has been a while, adventurer. As I recall, my brother Alphino took the liberty of introducing us when we first and last we met. But for the sake of propriety, LSA le veilleur. I thank you for coming. I have heard much and more of your exploits. By your hand, the Black Wolf was slain, and the ultimate weapon destroyed. You are possessed of great strength and courage. That much is plain. I shall have need of one such as you if I am to see my mission through to its conclusion. As you may be aware, the violence of Dalamut's fall changed not only the face of the realm, but also the base of the realm. Specifically, it played havoc with the etheric currents, creating vast confluences of ether below the surface. Among other phenomena, this led to the formation of subterranean caverns at key points of stress. One such cavern lies beneath Kasham Oshidan, and extends to only the gods know where. Despite appearances, Kasham Oshidan is as much a research facility as it is a fortress. Gaius van Belsor chose the site for no other reason than to probe the caverns without interference. As you went about vanquishing the returned primals, I observed a repeating wave pattern in the ether, corresponding exactly to the dates on which you were reported to have felled Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. Upon closer examination, it became clear that these unique waveforms emanated from deep beneath the aforementioned stronghold. Crucially, it recorded the same pattern during the recent celebrations and have since been given to understand that the phenomenon bears a disquieting similarity to one observed shortly prior to the calamity. 5 years ago, my grandfather invoked the power of the 12 that he might contain Bahamut. Alas, his efforts failed, and he vanquished, together with his foe. I would know the truth of what transpired that day, of grandfather's fate, and of the metamorphosis that swept across the land. In casting light upon these mysteries, we will find a way to cure what ails this world. It is my belief that the answers I seek lie hid within the depths of the cavern. I would have you accompany me on an expedition to find them, Clalin. If truth be told, I am not wont to rely upon others, and have thus handled matters alone. Yet I am not blind to my limitations. Unescorted, I cannot hope to succeed in this endeavor. I swore that I would find a way to restore peace to Eorzea. If you desire the self-same, then aid me, as you aided my brother and the Scions. I am in your debt. You are a woman of action, and I sense that we will accomplish much together. But let us not waste any more time. As I mentioned, Kasham Oshidan straddles the cavern I wish to explore. If I am to have a hope of reaching it alive, I will need you to infiltrate the stronghold first and locate a path into the depths. Once you have done so, pray report your success to Storm Private Zabroka. You may consider her my assistant here in Wineport. I have every faith that you will not fail me. 12 speed your way, Clalin. Alright, I guess we'll go inside Kasham Oshidan. There's going to be hard-fought victories going inside there.
Obviously.
We're just going to walk there. Hey, for those that are joining us, thank you for joining. Hope you're having a fantastic evening so far. There's some raptors around here. Hey, look, it's Imperials.
No way.
Yeah, so the 1.0 references that you'll see, I'll mention more about them when we actually get there. Which again, I think is just a cool nod to legacy players, as well as introduce current players with what some of the things were like back then. Kinda. Oh, hello. Goodbye. These guys are not having a good day. Here, I'll be nice to you guys. I'll take them both out at once. Maybe not. Alright. Report to Zabroka. That was easy. this is not as easy as it would normally be if you're coming at level 50. You learn how to... Well, if you don't want to get into many fights, you learn how to just stealthily make your way around things, people.
Well, yeah, just like how we did in Eureka.
Yep. Or you just bring a bunch of your friends and just murderize everything.
Fair.
Maybe because I played 11 too much, but I learned how to be stealthful in 11. Because if you
Well,
didn't, you'd be dead.
we know that you've played too much 11.
Hey, it helps out every now and then. Hey, it got us through one of those variant dungeons, the one that exits. My knowledge from 11 actually helped with one puzzle from that and the variant dungeons. There was it the second one that came out?
No clue.
It was the one with the fart. Yeah, it was the second one with Hancock. Oh, wrong way. Anyways, there was one section where it came to a puzzle point where we had to spin the heads of either the dragon, turtle, bird, or tiger, or Genbu, Shiryu, Suzaku, and forget the Byakko. It was. We had to point the heads in a certain direction and then hit the switch. We're not given much information, or at least we didn't discern enough information. But we got it on the first try because back in Final Fantasy XI, at the end game portion of Rise of the Zillert, you have to fight what we call the Sky Gods. The main one being Kirin, but prior to fighting Kirin, you have to fight for, I guess you can call them lesser gods, or I guess they were called Shiryu, Suzaku, Genbu, and Byakko. And they even had the names back then, like Suzaku of the south, Byakko of the west, Genbu of the north, and Shiryu of the east, in the reach of their respective geological positions as best as possible. That's how I figured out that puzzle, because just based on the directions from there, and where they were located, ended up that being the answer to that particular puzzle. So yeah, 11 helped then. I've been expecting you, Clalin. By your coming, I take it you have successfully located the cavern entrance inside Castle Osida? So that's where it's to be found. Marvelous! Oh, but allow me to properly introduce myself. Jabrok is my name, and it is my honor to serve Lady Alice. Though, for reasons of convenience, at present I also serve the Maelstrom. This uniform accords me certain privileges, you see. In particular, ready access to the Maelstrom's regional scouting reports. They provide a wealth of local knowledge, including information on secret passages. But enough about me. I shall notify Lady Alice of your discovery, that she may prepare for the expedition. Though I don't doubt your abilities, none can say what dangers lurk beneath Castle Osida. For my lady's sake, as well as your own, please spare neither preparation nor caution. Pray choose your companions well. Well, I got Lena. I guess that works. Sorry. That was harsh.
Rude.
Where am I supposed to go? Am I supposed to go back to the Waking Sands already?
Pray return to the Waking Sands.
It didn't exactly say to get in or go to the Waking Sands.
Go to there. Sounds right.
I'm gonna follow this. It says to go to Clalin. Ooh. Go back. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'll go here just to be on the safe side. Yeah, we're gonna go in this unsync, by the way. This is essentially what Binding Coils reminds you of Savage. Like, there was no Savage in regular content back when AR was out, but that had like a Savage feel to it. Wouldn't you say the same, Lena?
I would agree, mainly because if you look at a bunch of stuff for it, the Coils of Bahamut, like, they give you Savage-ish type of gear from the time when those came out. Like, what was it? You got like eye level 90 gear in the first Coils, 110 in the second, and 130 in the third, which were the highest eye levels at the time when those came out. Not only that, but they do not show up in normal raids or mentor roulettes.
Yeah.
So those technically were Savages. I think the reason they made the normal versions and Savages was probably because the Coils of Bahamut were too hard or too time consuming to the point where if people wanted to at least experience the story, they could just do the normal version of it.
Exactly, yeah. Because I remember back when I was doing that back in the day, I wanted to do as Paladin. I ended up going as Dragoon for reasons, salty reasons. Just getting up. Well, I'll show you here. So I'll just look it up quickly. We have to do the Coils first according to the story. So as you can see here, for the Coils of Bahamut, as I mentioned, there's 3 different sections. First is the Binding Coil of Bahamut. Might as well call it the first coil. Then the second portion was the second Coil of Bahamut, which is 4 different turns to it. With the third and final coil, the section being the final Coil of Bahamut, which has 3 turns as well. Based on I had just quickly looked this up. In order to get the next quest to officially appear, you have to go through the first 5 coils and eventually just turn 5. But just for the sake of continuity, we're going to do all 5. All of them. Alright. So let's get this going. Binding Coil Bahamut Turn 1. Situated upon Vilbrant, Castle Oceania is more akin to a research facility than a fortress. Even before its first pillar was driven into the ground, Legatus Gaius van Belsar had ordered his people to probe the fragment of Dalamed, which fell at this precise location. The impact resulted in the creation of vast caverns pervaded by corrupted crystals. Though unknown dangers lie in wait within, you must brave them all if you are to learn the truth of the calamity. Alright, so just Len and I are going to go.
Huh? Oh.
Oh, do you have a special job when you guys?
I'm already in.
You want me to withdraw?
No, you're good.
All
You're good. Let's just keep going.
Yeah, I have a sad habit of doing that. Just saying we're going in, then before he's even ready, I just go right in.
And then we'll end up getting a penalty.
Should not have.
Or lots of death.
That can happen. Yeah, the Binding Coil of Bahamut. Imperial Exploratory Site. 237 yalms. Now, what made this unique for me is, first if we go in, it looks. Oh, here's the elevator we came down. Garlands are magnificent when it comes to elevator creation.
Apparently.
Took them less than 5 years to make that. Now, when you come in here, I think the design here looks cool. Like, yes, you had to go. I'm not sure if this is Garland or Allegan Technology Port right here. Probably Garlean.
Yeah, this looks more Garlean.
But you're inside a crystal cavern, essentially, and...
Yeah. Like, you have to think Garlean is more like the Magitech in Final Fantasy VI. Where... Like it has a steampunk feel to it in some ways.
Fair enough.
While Allegan is more futuristic. Like, they're even more far advanced than us humans.
Fair enough. Alright, what makes this unique is that you saw no enemies so far. The scars left by the calamity. I can scarce breathe the surface of ether. Tell me, have you ever seen corrupted ethers such as these? Such crystals manifested across the realm in the course of the great river of ether was irrevocably altered 5 years ago. Behold, one the objects that caused the alteration, a fragment of the lesser moon, Dalamud. Ancient Allied created Dalamud, or Meteor, to use a Garlean name, to serve as a celestial prison for Bahamut. Its fall inflicted grievous wounds upon the land, wounds that have yet to heal, as is evident from the corrupted crystals. Yes, that is a boss. The first thing you come into this place is a boss. Or mini boss, but still a boss. Amazing. Dalamud's internal defenses still function in spite of everything. A testament to the ingenuity of the Alligans. The Garleans seek to appropriate their advanced technology. I am certain of it. We're about to come face to face with secrets that have long lain buried within the sands of time. Great dangers may lie beyond, but we have come too soon to turn back. The truth of the calamity is within reach. Yeah, I thought this was cool. Like, the first mob you see within the Binding Coils is a boss battle. It's a... it even has a sealed off area. This is a boss battle. The first thing within here is a boss battle, and... yeah.
Well, even then, like, the normal raids back in the day were more like dungeons.
Yep. If you might recognize the name from a Final Fantasy IV boss with the same name as well. It's also the same design, I think, too.
Probably.
Alright, let's go.
I kind of remember these frickin' orbs back in the day.
Wow, they were part of 4. Yeah, this is normally a lot harder than this, guys. But like I said, we're mainly doing this for story. If we're in here with a party of level 50s, it'd be a lot longer. As in, we'd be in here for weeks, probably.
Yeah, I'm good.
Because we pretty much forgot how to do this at 50. we would relearn. It'd be fun to relearn, just...
I mean, sometimes I'm relearning old Savages just because I want some gear from those.
Gods preserve. Dark wings that would engulf the very heavens. These could only belong to Bahamut, the primal who laid Eorzea to waste 5 years ago. At Cartano, my grandfather sought to imprison Bahamut anew by invoking the power of the 12. At last, the Dread Worm proved too powerful, and he soon broke free of its confines. Yet, instead of resuming the destruction he had begun, Bahamut vanished. Whither to, no one knew, until this day. But I do not understand. If Bahamut is truly a primal, how is it that he retains its physical form? Did Grandfather defeat him? Or is there some other explanation? We must press on if we are to learn the truth. We are being watched by an old man.
Sometimes that's probably not a good feeling to be watched by an old man.
Probably not. Probably not. God, we're awful. We're not trying to make polite if that's happened to people. If we need offense, we do apologize. We're just making
No.
Yeah.
All the offense.
Yeah. Oh look, they're aggroing us. Or just you.
Oh.
You missed one. Wasn't there treasure up here or something?
It's all yours.
I remember when I first did this with Clalin some time ago, I really wanted to see the story. I wanted to see the differences from a legacy point of view. And so I
Yeah.
I kidnapped Lena and forced him to do this with me, and I just let him do all the work. This time it's a little bit different. I actually hold my own here. Better be able to hold my own.
Well, you are level 90, which is
Hilarious.
it is hilarious.
Oh,
So
cutscene.
there's one other thing. Oh well.
Sorry. This is a fun boss to learn how to do. I guess it wasn't much of a cutscene. Sorry, you're saying one other thing?
Yeah. So before you go into that fight, I just also want to mention going back this way. There's a more of a huge AR, I guess, trait where they had like a split pathway.
Oh, yeah. I miss those. In this way, if we go down this way, there's actual treasure. Lena, you brought us down this path? Let's go.
Okay, I was just turning down the game. It was a little too loud for me for a second.
I understand.
Yeah.
How is there a fish here? No, never mind.
Fish out of water. Oh, there it is.
An X ether? And you got an X potion.
In a high elixir.
Ooh, you're fancy now.
I mean, to be fair, I did drink a bit of a high elixir today.
I hate you.
I mean, it is pretty good.
Let's go up, actually. There's more mobs up here. Come on. Let's do the split pathways. You mentioned it again. We're doing all of them.
Was there another chest over here?
I don't remember. All that's up here is disappointment.
I mean, that's everywhere.
Yeah. Alright. Before we continue, is there any other split pathways you want us to venture into?
Nope.
Okay. Oh, hang on, before you go in. I gotta drink this X ether. There we go. It's not dead yet?
You were saying?
Jackass. Toss. Toss. Toss.
Hey, so how's your inventory?
Jackass.
She was touching like that.
Why do I have two? Why do I have vending? You know what? I'm gonna put these in the armory. The design looks a little bit different than others. I'm gonna put that in the armory chest. Or the glamour chest, I mean.
Oh my gosh, your boss.
What's going on?
No worries. There's nothing special.
Alright. That was one. Two. At the depths of 912 yalms, you find your path blocked by Dalamud's internal defenses. Born of advanced elegant science, these spherical constructs are still fully functional even after eras in existence, and will seek to annihilate all intruders or be destroyed in attempt. Let's go. No, this one's each unique in their own way. This one will allow you to split path.
Oh,
path.
this.
And the path you take, obviously you have to kill mobs, but the mobs you defeat will affect the final boss in this area, which is a trait from 11 actually.
Isn't this also timed in a way? How to do this?
I think so.
Like, the quicker you do this, the stronger they get, or the quicker you do this, the weaker they are,
I think so.
or
Like
the
a
longer you take, the stronger they are.
Yeah. I'll go right, you go left. Or after we kill this
Okay.
thing.
Well, first of all, oh, there it is. Well, first of all, good adventures go left.
Right. You're already that far in? God damn it. We should just kill everything here, see what happens. I'm a paladin, I can't kill stuff.
I'm already heading towards the boss.
Whoa, slow down there. Slow down there. Jackass. So how's your back feel?
I should ask, how's your pouch? My back's fine.
Alright. What do we have here? Toss. Toss. Toss.
Actually, the next one I should go in as ninja.
I'm gonna toss this. I could sell these though. Here, get rid of this. Get older. You go here. You go there. At the depth of 1,233 yalms, your party comes upon the fragment of Bahamut the Garleans had sought. Its true identity is... Oh, English here? Your party comes upon the fragment of Bahamut the Garleans thought its true identity to be the Ragnarok. A colossal starship which fell away from the lesser moon moments before Bahamut burst free from his prison over the Cartano Flats. To reach your destination, you must venture through this relic of ancient Alag. Stay ever on your guard, for every shadow may conceal danger. English helps, people.
Tapos, pasok ako hanggang Thursday na.
You know, if this keeps up like this one, we might be done within an hour and a half.
With just the first part, or all of it?
Oh, the first part might be done within 20 minutes at this rate.
Probably. Honestly, I thought the story bits were going to take much longer.
They might later on.
Yeah.
It's been like, what, a year or two since we did this last?
Something like that.
Do we split up on this one or just go the same direction? It doesn't matter.
I don't remember. I mean, what? Don't you just have to... I just remember the people saying, like, or someone said, like, this is like a Sonic the Hedgehog stage.
Okay, there's, one exit. That goes back. Alright, one goes right, one goes left. Which one do you want to do?
Oh, I thought you want to just go through the rings, which take you further down.
Anything else here? Nothing here? Alright. Silent terminal. Which dispels that. Down we go.
And then there's another silent terminal. I think we have to go this way. Yeah.
The hell? There you go.
Great. Nerd.
See, it's apparently Lynn and I are going our own ways now. Or does Lynn already know what he's doing?
I mean, I went further down.
I don't know where you are, man.
Down?
I'm fighting now.
Okay. That.
I'm getting more and more down. So apparently Lynn and I are lost. Oh, I found a silent terminal.
Wait, did you go like all the way down already?
I don't know.
Oh, there you are. You son of a bitch!
I beat ya. Suck it, nerd.
I hate you.
2 for 1 for you. Alright, turn 4.
Ugh.
At 1,524 yalms below the surface, employing the Ragnarok's drive cylinder as a makeshift lift, your party proceeds towards the main bridge. Yet you must work for every yalm you gain, for Dalamud's internal defenses will not allow you to pass unmolested. Interesting choice of words.
Gross.
Hey, for those that are joining, thank you for joining. Alright, let's just go.
Oh, the elevator.
Yes. Do we have to touch the silent terminal?
Yeah. You touched the silent terminal.
Alright. It's been so long, man. Now, for legacy references, the first coil, there's nothing for legacy references. This is mainly just a story right now. Well, it's all for story, but... yeah. Drive cylinder, 1,524 yalms. What is that? Is doing all the work. How's your back?
Pretty much. It hurts. Yes. Okay.
That's it, folks. And that's it. Turn 4 is done. I'm shocked, Lena.
What?
You
That I
being
didn't
nice?
open the treasure chest?
Yeah. What's going on? You slipping?
Maybe.
Okay. Now, turn 5 is where people ran into some problems back in the day. If you do it at level 50, it's actually a tough battle.
Like how I said before, like these are like kind of like the savage fights. This is probably the first true savage fight.
I would agree on that one. Took my
Like
group. I did it back when with the same FC long time ago. It took us a very long time to actually beat it.
back when we were loveless.
Yes, before you were even in the FC.
Okay.
Back when it was Sarah, myself, he who shall not be named, and Yui and among others.
Thank you for calling him that.
And in either case, it did take us a while to actually finish this. And we eventually did, but it had when I did the Savage with you guys for I forget what the P9S and whatnot, it had that same feel to it.
Okay.
So we had Savage content before it was even known as Savage. It was just
Yep.
pain in the ass content.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the only ones that were well, we technically did get like the second tier with Savage, which is so unique.
I want to check that out eventually.
I've at least done those myself.
Nice. All right, turn
Like,
5. Sorry, go ahead.
I remember there were some things like if you do them wrong, it just instantly kills you. But the big thing about those is when you finish those raids, you actually get a title for each one you do.
Oh, now I really want to try it now. But, not yet. Mostly because I can't do that to Clalin yet. Or maybe I can. I don't know. All right.
I mean, I could help you with it.
I might take you up on that. All right. The final turn for the first set of binding coils. Having overcome the seemingly endless waves of hostile constructs, you and your stalwart companions continue the descent into an unknown abyss. At the depth of 1,910 yalms, you are assailed by a winged terror, an ancient dragon brought to heel by the Alligans and made to do their bidding. The trials grow ever more arduous, but you are resolved to press on for the sake of the truth. For the truth shall set you free. Maybe.
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 Probably not.
If anyone's wondering, that before we just jump in, I just want to show them that arena
Oh, yeah.
before we start massacring everything.
Yeah.
I think there's gonna be a cutscene that occurs right around here. Not
Yeah,
sure
once you start going down the ramp.
Hang on. This is the arena that you fight on, and in case you're wondering, that is a hand, yes, or a paw. That is Bahamut's hand. One of his hands. That is essentially being reconstructed or 3D printed back to life.
Well, I guess that's one way to say it. Also, the right hand of Bahamut.
It is the right hand of Bahamut. This is going rather more smoothly than I expected. It is indeed convenient to have a hero in hand. Gods, the cavern should open up again, even at this depth. Ha! This resembles a finger. And so it should. This is Bahamut's hand. As with the wings, it seems to be frozen. And for that, I count my blessings. But again, I find myself wondering, how is it able to retain physical form? I had assumed that Bahamut's reversion to ether was the cause of the widespread changes to the realm. But if he is still here, then that theory no longer holds. What was it then that brought about the realm's sudden regeneration? There's still so much we do not know about Cartano. I haven't the slightest inkling how deep these caverns run, but we must continue. I keep reading your book. There's another cutscene happening.
Okay.
What used to take a long time to kill, now it's just a plaything. Yeah, beating him back in the day was a badge of honor. Yay!
Yay!
Jackass. Alright. What crap did you give me this time? Oh, look. Flanagan leather. Gone. A book! Gone. Level 95 weapon? No. No. Ooh, Thunderer. I'll keep that.
Oh wait, that actually dropped? Oh shit, it did. Does that go for anything right now?
It still does. Thanks.
14k.
What was it you said to me before? Gil is Gil?
Yeah, that's true. Fuck. Jackass.
Alright, so that was the end of the first coils. And after you're done those 5, you were to come back to the Waking Sands and talk to Urianger for the next bit of the quest. There's LSA right here. I am pleased to see you again, Clalin. I have already shared the fruits of our expedition with Urianger. Let us together ponder the implications. You may view the opening cutscene for the binding coil of Bahamut before accepting this quest. Alright. The scars left by the calamity. Oh, we already did this?
Did what?
We already went through this. It's just rehashing the cutscene from earlier. I'm not reading that a second time. It just shows you the opening cutscene, so. We went through all the cutscenes. It is literally going through all the cutscenes.
Hell yeah.
I guess it's a cool thing you can do, just to skip the binding coils if you want. Just want to check the movies, you can go here. Alright, let's skip this. We've already seen this. Skip. Full glad am I of thy safe return. Lady LSA has surprised me of thy many experiences. As thou wilt will doubtless be aware, Master Louisoix was my lady's grandsire. Gravely concerned was I for her safety, but 'twould seem I need not have been so. With all my heart, I do thank thee for watching over her. But come, thou must speak with Mistress Alice upon that which transpired within the binding coil. May it serve to bring us closer to the truth of the calamity. Shall we begin then? Urianger, I understand you have a report of your own to share with us. Aye, my lady. Even as thou didst emerge from the depths, an etheric disturbance betokening primal activity was observed. In Mordona was it marked first. By comparison of time and magnitude, we have since deduced its origin, the Cartano Flats. Strange. There have been no reports of primal activity in that region. It could only have been Bahamut. That would certainly explain how we came to be in northern Thanalan. However, the cavern took us all the way to Vilbrant, to the heart of Aldenard. 'Twould seem so, my lady. It is all but certain, then. After Bahamut disappeared 5 years ago, he hid himself deep beneath Cartano, and has since lain dormant, regenerating. Aye, my lady. Taken together with thine own account of Bahamut's continued presence, the land's slowness to heal, and the disorder of the etheric currents, do point to one conclusion. Bahamut stirreth. If left unchecked, the primal shall drink of Eorzea's life force till it doth awaken to rain ruin upon the land. Rest assured, I do not mean to give up, Clalin. Bahamut may still live, but so too does grandfather. For the past 5 years, he has been keeping vigil over his nemesis, making certain that the primal does not escape. Master Louisoix, doth yet live? I durst not hope, and thou art certain 'twas no mere manifestation of thine own sorely felt grief. I know how desperate this may sound, Urianger, but I saw him with my own 2 eyes, as did Clalin. Whoa, where are we going with this? But he vanished deeper into the labyrinth before we had a chance to speak. Two more like fragments of Dalam had pierced the earth when the lesser moon fell. One we have seen. If we can but find the other 2, I am certain that we will find grandfather as well. If thou believest, my lady, then I too shall have faith. If it pleases you, I shall notify the Grand Companies of this development. All Eorzea must stand united if we are to avert a repeat of the calamity. That will not be necessary, Urianger. Being the great conciliator that he is, Alphanode will seek to unite Eorzea of his own accord. If rumors are true, that endeavor is already well underway. So let us leave the diplomacy to the diplomat, while we continue our investigation of Bahamut. I swear to you, no matter what it takes, we will find my grandfather and uncover the whole truth of the calamity. Clalin, you have heard me swear to do these things, but without your strength I cannot hope to make good of my word. The danger to Eorzea is not past. For the sake of all who abide here, I pray that you'll ever be our sword in the darkness. I think they skipped some story points there a couple times.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
A crystal-choked abyss lieth beneath the Cartano Flats, the unholy cradle of an elder primal, and by thy hand were truth great and terrible wrested from those once celestial depths. Yet, as is oft the case, an answer doth breed a profusion of questions. The unknown doth beckon with irresistible allure. Ne'er have the mysteries of the Red Moon lain so neatly within our grasp. Lady Alice has sent word of her coming. 'Tis time once more to brave the precipice and leap unflinching into the jagged wound of that doth gape beneath the land. Mine apologies. I trust I've not kept you waiting over long. Clalin, I am both delighted and reassured to have you at my side once more. I would not waste your time with trivialities. Let us proceed directly to the discussion that which we have learned, and that which we hope to learn anon. Initially, it was evident of a new primal that led us to delve into the cavern beneath Casham Occident, and to explore the subterranean scars left after the fall of Dalamud. As you will well recall, what we found was a vast, largely intact fragment of the fallen satellite, and within the depth of that structure, we discovered not the new primal we had expected, but the broken form of Bahamut himself. Yet even this great revelation would soon be overshadowed by the appearance of my own dear grandfather. I guess they didn't show that in the cutscenes? I have since shared our sundry findings with Rambrose, preeminent scholar of the Sons of St. Connacht, and he in turn did kindly furnish me with his theory concerning the Elder Primal's Allegan prison. It would seem that Dalamud was constructed to gather unto itself the rays of the sun, and thence channel this radiant bounty onto the Crystal Tower. The ancients saw great potential in Bahamut's capacity to manipulate energies of otherwise unmanageable magnitude. 'Twas for this reason that they did bind him within the Red Moon to serve as its living core. Do you remember the sight that greeted us at the culmination of our journey? The colossal devices that surrounded and seemed to cradle the incomplete form of the Elder Primal? From the information provided to us by the Sons of the St. Connacht, we have learned that these contraptions were termed internment hulks, and that each bore the designation Ragnarok class. The purpose of these hulks is believed to be twofold. First, they are meant to act as binding coils, rendering Bahamut incapable of escaping. And second, they are meant to feed him. Perversely, the self-same energy which prevents him from moving also serves to sustain his corporeal manifestation. Bahamut is permitted neither to die nor to truly live. He merely is allowed to be. For century upon century was the Elder Primal thus imprisoned, bound about in fetters so subtle in their working and yet so adamant, that though his cell be destroyed, Bahamut lieth yet at the mercy of his long-departed captors. It has long been held that the primals require the prayers of their faithful followers to exist, yet none alive worship Bahamut. Could it be then that the Allegans found a way to simulate prayer itself? It seems the only logical explanation. I would postulate therefore that the regenerative mechanisms in question also supply something akin to the power of prayer. Consequently, if all the intermittent hulks were to be rendered inactive, Bahamut should dissolve into the ether. Upon the evidence of thy previous foray, we determined that the Elder Primal is sustained by 3 such binding coils. Thus did we commence to scour the realm and found the 12's wood as an as yet unexplored fragment of the Lesser Moon bearing a most familiar etheric signature. And after conducting a preliminary investigation, we believe we have discovered a point from which this North Shroud fragment and the second of the intermittent hulks can be entered. As Eorzea's sword in the darkness, I would have you once more lead the charge. I will, of course, be there at your side. Once you have made your preparations, head to Falgord Float and make yourself known to my assistant, Serpent Lieutenant Anael. The fallen fragment is not far from the settlement, and her position provides a convenient rendezvous point. I will break these Allegan fetters, for they bind my grandfather as surely as they bind Bahamut. As surely as they bind Bahamut. Alright, so the second coil is where we're going to first start seeing some references to the legacy characters. Particularly in turn 4. And what I mean by that is, well, turn 4 was... You'll see. I don't want to spoil it for those that have not seen this before. For legacy players that made it through the ending of the story of 1.0,
I know.
they would recognize that. What happens there, I'll explain more when I get there, because I don't want to spoil what you're going to see first. Let's teleport. Taking a chocobo from Vesper Bay all the way to Ul'dah, then to Drybone, then to Camp Tranquil, then to Gridania. No, I'm just going to teleport.
Lazy.
You're lazy.
I know.
Okay. Clalin Seraph? I've been expecting you. My name is Anad. I have been accorded the rank of lieutenant within the Order of the Twin Adder, that I may better assist Lady Alice with her endeavors here in the Twellswood. Such authority has allowed me to act without interference from the local soldiery, and to conduct a preliminary investigation of the Alder Springs fragment. From what we have seen of the exterior, the structure shares many common features with the one you explored in La Noscia, and likely plays host to a similar complement of guardians. But I fear words alone will do little to prepare you for what lies ahead. Pray seek out my comrade to the south and west. He is charged with observing all that occurs in the vicinity of the fragment, and will be well placed to show you the thing, if nothing else. Yes, I'm riding a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes, I've never been to Heaven's Ward, yet I have a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In that same breath, I've never been to Endwalker, but I have a dragon.
Um,
Don't ask.
Dragons are Shadowbringers.
That's what I said, Shadowbringers.
And the T-Rex is Stormblood.
Yeah. What business brings you to this? Yeah. What business brings you to this broken land? Unless you fancy being ground to a bloody pulp under the granite fist of a wandering golem, I suggest bugger up. Oh, my apologies, madame. Lady Alice did send word of your impending arrival, but it would seem I've grown rather too accustomed to shooing away curious sellswords and reckless explorers. Behold, if you will, one of the fallen shards of the Red Boon, Dalamud. Our initial survey uncovered no evidence of the Empire's presence, which, while fortunate in itself, meant that the approach to the fragment had yet to be cleared. After much effort, however, we succeeded in carving out a semblance of a path, which should grant you access to the entrance. After that, I'm afraid, is where our progress ended. The interior? Well, assuming that the architecture of this hall resembles the first, the master controls you seek will be located on the bottommost layer, past all the indigenous and deadly defenses of which the ancient Alligans seemed so indecently fond. If you would know more, I'm afraid there's nothing for it but to brave the depth of the fragment yourself. Lady Alice will soon be arriving at Falgord. Pray do not tarry on your way back to the lieutenant's post. I imagine our young mistress will be most eager to commence the expedition. The road ahead promises peril aplenty, and I would humbly suggest that this is not the occasion to stint on preparation or provisions. May the 12 watch over you. I'm starting to think I should have seen some of the cutscenes with the, from the Inn's book. Some of the cutscenes are not making sense or out of place. I did not realize that would be the case. I thought when New Game Plus would bring me directly here.
Yeah, I thought that's what the whole point of New Game Plus was.
Same here, but I'm just seeing some inconsistencies.
Weird.
So I do apologize if it's a bit confusing. Because based on what was said after we finished the first set of binding coils, we are tossed out into northern Clalin and had to make our way back to the Waking Sands in western Clalin. So, yeah. I did not realize it. Yeah, I did not realize that beforehand. I do apologize, folks. But you can see some of the main stories, so. But there's things like, hopefully this makes sense here. Where they actually go to the bloody door and open it. Mr. Seraph, I trust that the private's explanation was worth the journey? Simply securing the approach to the fragment's entrance proved a monumental task. I dare not think what defeating its inner defenses will entail. If there is aught I might do to aid you... Lady Alice, my apologies, Master Alphanode. Has there been a change of plan? Urianger informed me of the impending expedition. I merely came to exchange a few words with my fellow scion before she disappeared into the depths of the second coil. Clalin, though I would strenuously deny it were she present, my sister's admiration and affection for her grandsire exceeds even my own. Upon the matter of his legacy, therefore, Alice is wont to go above and beyond the call of duty. In her grandfather's absence, she had made the salvation of Eorzea her personal crusade. 'Twas that which prompted her to brave the perils of the first coil. Yet the fact that she risked her life in this manner is not the greatest of my concerns. No, it is her subsequent fixation upon my grandfather's shade that worries me most. This quest to rid the world of Bahamut must not become a quest to save a man long dead. My sister must needs a better reason to fight. A time will come when the fate of the realm rests upon her shoulders, and when it does, we must be strong in our resolve, and certain that of the stakes of which risk all. There is a wide difference between fighting for the good of Eorzea and fighting for the love of a man who died for the good of Eorzea. Alice must choose her own path. She cannot rely on grandfather to choose it for her, for he is gone. He is gone. I am glad that it is you with whom she makes this journey. If Alice is to discover a deeper purpose, then where better to find one than at the side of Eorzea's greatest champion? Whoa. I thought that was a statement. Yeah, if Alice is to discover greater purpose, then where better to find one than at the side of Eorzea's greatest champion? 'Twas there that I found mine, after all. That's more like a statement, not a question. Or proclamation. But 'tis past time I was gone. Fair fortune in your endeavors, Clalin. Ah, Lieutenant Alael, was it? I would appreciate you making no mention of my presence here to my sister. Lady Alice is due to arrive at any moment. I shall abide in confident expectation of your triumphant return. Right, we're gonna go through the story here. Second coil of Bahamut 1. Lena, you ready?
Yep. Yeah.
Too bad if you're not.
Oh.
Yeah, if you weren't ready, I was not gonna do that. Maybe. Just maybe.
I'm just dicking off and whatnot.
Fair enough. Dalamud's Shadow. The Black Shroud.
Hmm.
Oh, I forget we make our way there, don't we?
Yeah. Which I know like, it doesn't change here.
How strange. Why could you not see all this before? I suppose it's only to be expected that corrupted ether should accompany a disturbance of this magnitude. After all, the fragment light likely pierced the ground to a depth of many hundreds of moms. The swirling ether leaking from the wound must warp the very air, creating a veil that hides these formations from view. Well, it is not as if we expect this to be a straightforward task. Let's tread carefully, shall we? It is imperative that we win through the depths of the structure and disable the mechanisms that power Bahamut's regeneration. Of course, if we should chance the encounter with my should we chance to encounter my grandfather upon the way, I will not let him go again. Not while there is hope that he may yet be saved. But mayhap we should put such thoughts from our mind until after we have successfully gained entrance to the place. That opening up ahead appears a suitable point of ingress. Did you just kill everything? These lunar golems. I think I fought them in 1.0 when you're fighting Van Darnus.
Huh.
I think these were... He summoned 2 golems during the fight, and I think these may have been it.
Okay.
Name-wise. Hello. Boss fight already?
Yeah.
Scar's Edge?
Mm-hmm.
You have the same sword.
Sige, paalam na lang ako.
Jackass.
I thought you wanted it.
Apparently did not map this area before?
Hmm.
I got an achievement, folks. I mapped this area. Alright.
Whee!
Turn 2.
I think we might have only took you into
I don't remember. I forgot
I
the
think
date.
we only took you in turn 9.
No, this place looks familiar.
Oh,
I forgot to read the description. I'll go back. You gotta remind himself to do it before the next one. That armor. No, it couldn't be. Be on your guard, Clalin. Though it defies all reasons that he should live, you must surely recognize that armor. Yeah, it belonged to the Black Wolf's equal, the legatus of the 7th Legion. I speak of the madman who brought the Meteor Project to fruition. We faced the White Raven, Neil Van Darnus, harbinger of the 7th Umbral Era. Yeah, we killed him twice. Yeah, he disappeared after he dead. Supposed to be. Neil Van Darnus? Ah, that was the name of the fool who perished upon the eve of the promised age of glory. It should not be uttered within these hallowed halls. Out of love for his loyal servant, the one true deity named me, Neil Deuce Darnus. One true deity. Bahamut, I guess? The
Sure.
one true deity, Bahamut. He speaks of Bahamut. Oh, Lord Bahamut, thy name is a sweet nectar to parched lips. How my heart swells at thy scorched touch. This blessed sanctum is the domain of my God and his beloved children. Seek to defile its glory, and you will answer to me. Van Darnus has gone crazy. How is this possible? Alphino told me of Neil's final defeat at your hands. Yeah. Whatever the truth of the matter, we must be on our guard. There can be no reasoning with the worshippers of a primal. Yeah, there was no reasoning with Van Darnus to begin with. This is
Oh.
But that Van Dorn's fight was fun. As hard as it was fun.
I know, you've told me that before.
We've all had those sets of fights where they were hard to beat, but when you finally did it, was worth it, right?
Oh, yeah.
I guess what made Darnus different was just it was a story battle.
Yeah. I mean, hell, even now, like, it's fun to do stuff like, Neo X Death.
Mm-hmm.
Like, with as few people as possible.
Yeah. Turbo Chimera? Interesting. We forgot about that one.
I did a sword spin, and I hit the Chimera, but I had the Lamia on my targeting list, so I just threw my shield at it.
Yeah, I thought you hit it earlier. You rushed at it.
Yeah. Oh well. Oh, is this the fucking tree?
Don't remember, man.
Oh, no. Okay.
I think it's a big Lamia.
Yeah, it is.
wielding Lamia.
Mhm.
Must be Viper.
So, man, they're showing off Viper this early.
Yeah, man. Can't you tell?
Apparently not.
Jackass.
You're the jackass.
Alright, let's get rid of my garbage. Look, gone. Another, gone. I-10 weapon? No, thank you. Or no, it's a hand. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not.
When are you?
On Tuesdays.
I mean, that's patch day.
It is. There's also going to be, what do you call it? Patch day. Oh yeah, more new stuff coming out to appease us until the summertime?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Well, they might do. Well, it's gonna be. What is it? 6.55.
I think so.
Yeah, 6.55 is coming out. Then, and then sometime in maybe like April or so. Uh, there will be 6.58,
Mm,
which that'll let us be able to upgrade our
relics.
buy. Well, no. This patch is gonna let us upgrade the relics probably to max
Mm,
or to what is it, 655 or something,
fair enough.
and then the final patch might do like, or 6.58 might be like, oh yeah, you can upgrade the Manderville weapons to 600, yeah, 665 now.
Hmm.
But it really depends on what they do on Tuesday.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What? Today is Saturday?
Yep. Oh,
Yeah,
and by the way, this is also a 24-hour patch
that's fine.
or 24-hour update.
Yep, sounds fine.
Yeah.
Alright.
Good.
I'm just gonna read off these descriptions and...
Oh, yep. I'll shut up.
Oh, don't worry, man. I don't mind talking.
Yeah.
Just gonna take a couple steps back just to read up the descriptions from the first...
Mhm.
Turns 1 and 2 for the second coil. For
Mhm.
turn 1, your foray into the caverns beneath Castrum Occident had led you to an unexpected revelation. The incomplete form of Bahamut, harbinger of the calamity, slumbers deep within Earth. Though seemingly a prisoner, the Elder Primal is gradually being regenerated by the mass of Ragnarok-class intermittent hulks that surround the unmoving entity. Alistair reasons that if Bahamut's full restoration is to be prevented, then all three coils sustaining and repairing the dreadful being must be deactivated. Filled with new determination, you assemble a group of courageous comrades and set your sights on a fragment of Dalamud found in the North Shroud. In turn 2, after battling your way through the base of the colossal fragment that impales the ground in Alder Springs, your party enters the structure through an opening in its outer shell. The sight that greets you is an endless procession of azure-lit passages, within which can be glimpsed the grotesque silhouette. Reading is important. The sight which greets you is an endless procession of azure-lit passages, within which can be glimpsed the grotesque silhouettes of chimerical monstrosities. In the current turn, your party activates the coil's lift-like mechanisms and, at a depth of 3,256 yalms, arrives within the interior of the intermittent hulk proper. The great cavern where the elder primal Bahamut dreams is yet many thousands of yalms distant. Explore the labyrinth passages of the Ragnarok-class starship and secure a route to the lowest levels of the hulk. Let's go.
Okay, so I think this one's the stupid tree.
I thought this was the Hydra.
No, Hydra's in tier 3.
Ah.
I know that one for sure.
All right. Oh, this one was one that had like a very specific way how to end it.
Mm-hmm. Well, at the time, what level were we?
I don't know. All I know is that you were talking about alternate paths. Well, this one helps with that.
Mm-hmm.
A reminder of the passages beneath Kasham Occident. We must have traveled quite some distance below the surface. More of the same tunnels. 12 be good. Surely they cannot continue all the way down to the upper floors? From the upper floors? Tis difficult to see inside, but I have a terrible feeling these corridors house more of the dreadful guardians you have already faced. It is said that the Alligans excelled in the creation of a chimerical beast, and that the Red Moon teemed with 1,000 fantastical monstrosities, all to prevent the enemies from the ancient empire from releasing the Elder Primal. I wonder, the creatures that prowl these halls, could they be the beloved children of which Neil spoke of? Well, this is yet another mystery to ponder upon our return. Shall we continue onwards?
I want to say we might want to go this way.
I think it was a. Hello, goodbye.
Oh. I don't fully remember. Maybe this way.
Are we going our own ways again?
I don't know, but I found the thing.
The ending already?
I think so.
Alright, where'd you go?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. Found it.
I hate you. Where'd you go?
Where? Let's see, where are you? Go to your right. Go to the closest ramp going downwards. Oops. Huh? Ah, damn it. Yeah.
You trying to fight without me?
There's a bunch of these surveillance nodes. I don't know how it was back in the day, but I feel like you wanted to avoid those.
Maybe. Apparently I did not finish the map for this area either.
Hell yeah. Do you have it finished?
No. We'll have to get to walk to the final area for that.
Oh, okay.
It's a tree!
Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is a tree.
I'm pretty sure there's a strategy for this guy.
Oh, I'm sure too.
That's right. Nod your head. Alright, what am I tossing? One thing. Two things. Three things. Look, a fourth thing. Hey, I'm at the realm.
Hey.
All right, time for the fourth and final turn of the second coil. We're just gonna get this all done today, Lena.
Okay. Fuck it.
Just took about a couple of hours to do.
Oh, something like that.
All right, turn 4 is where references to 1.0 to Legacy. I think it was just a huge love letter to Legacy folks. Turn 4 is where you fight Neil Van Darnus. And not only do you fight him in pretty much the same arena that you fight him at the end of 1.0. Because Neil Van Darnus was essentially the final boss of 1.0. The place is called Riven Road. It's slightly different than it was back then, because back then it wasn't as destroyed as it will look soon. And there was strategy involved in order to beat Van Darnus. Obviously, you needed a tank. With my Link Shell, we had one tank, one melee DPS, and also 2 black mages, 2 white mages, and 2 bards. The bards were there to deal damage from a distance, as well as for Mage's Ballad to recover MP, which was needed with our group. Tank, self-explanatory. You take the hits and you enjoy getting hit in the head multiple times. Like any other some battles, some trials, whatnot. There's a certain spot tanks need to stand, and everybody else as well, to not get hit by the many AOE's that he used, as well as some breaking maneuvers where he would. There was certain places people needed to stand. Throughout the fight, he would teleport to the other side of the arena and shoot this gigantic beam of laser at you. As he did that, there was 4 explosions behind him, so you didn't want to stand in front nor behind him. It hurt, and you would probably die. The black mages, one black mage would be used. Throughout the fight, there'd be like comets raining down from up ahead. They had to be destroyed before they touched the ground. And with Riven Road, is separated into 3 levels, 1, 2, and 3, for lack of better terms. One of the black mages was to go to one of the 2 second level platforms and just burn the comets down to the ground. Because if 3 of the comets touch the ground, later on when Van Darnus used Mega Flare, everyone would die. He would still use Mega Flare regardless, but if 3 hit the ground, it'd be like a one-shot kill for everyone. Much like, I think, like Enrage with the Savage. And Extremes. Yeah, I can explain the fight more. Probably best just check out... should I explain it more? I've already started.
I mean,
yeah, so...
we could just jump in.
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's out back and forth. Black Mage get rid of the comets. Everyone else just focus on Neil Van Darnus until the second half of the fight, which that was pretty much the first half, just back and forth, doing that all until Van Darnus has lost his health. And as he's dying, Bahamut brings him to his thrall, bring him to life, where he was called Neil Deuce Darnus. Where the first little bit of the fight was the exact same as the first half. Just he hits a lot harder, had more health. But at one point, he would teleport himself to the topmost level, and while he's doing that, there'd be countless comets raining down. Myself and the melee DPS would go up to the top and attack Van Darnus, because during this time, Van Darnus was busy preparing himself to cast Mega Flare. So he would not actually hit you back, so we just got free shots on him. As I mentioned, he was summoning countless comets during this time. Like I said before, if 3 hit the ground, everyone would be dead. So there were 2 second level platforms. 1 black mage, 1 white mage, and 1 bard would each go to each respective platform and destroy these comets as they fell to the ground. And to make sure that it was not such an easy fight, Neil Van Darnus summoned 2 golems, lunar golems, which would patrol the areas, killing mages easily. Which were the second part of... Another part of this was... Black mages and bards would barge would keep these things asleep for the entire time. It'd be a black mage that used sleep first, then be a fool's lullaby from a bard, so it doesn't get immunity. Immunity, yes, they used to get immunity to status effects. Just to balance it back and forth until myself and the melee DPS brought down Van Darnus' health to the point where he was forced to go back to the main floor and cast Mega Flare. Like I said, 3 of those comments were on the floor, and you use Mega Flare, you're dead. And once that was done, we go back to the main floor, we continue on until Van Darnus died. It was a hard fight. He hit like a truck and had some mechanics that need to be... how do you say it, Lindy? You have to respect the mechanics?
You do have to respect at least some mechanics for this fight.
Yeah. Yeah. So
most you can just ignore. It's really only 2 things I could think of off the top of my head that you need to at least respect, but everything else you could just ignore.
Yeah. So yeah, this arena is the exact same arena, just a little bit different, as if it's been destroyed a little bit, because, well, it was. And Van Darnus is a little bit different as well. He was different then. I'll get more of that later. Let's go. Have some fun.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry for the long-winded talk there.
No worries. But I'm expecting another long-winded talk here.
Maybe. There's Riven Road. Yeah, you can see the 2 second floors and one way at the top. Yeah, for Clalin, this would be like I won't say PTSD, but it would bring back strong memories for her. I guess that's why she had that scowl when she saw that. There's Dalamid right there. That surely cannot be Dalamid. Where are we? Your companion knows this place well, for it was here that she slew Neil Van Darnus. It's true. This is a grave for the undeserving. And for the crime of trespassing upon my God's sanctuary, this place shall serve as your grave too. No! In the hour of his failure, Neil Van Darnus felt the currents of ether begin to bear away his essence. But before oblivion could claim the last of him, a divine will reached out, and I was born. Before I continue, as I mentioned earlier, Van Darnus in 1.0 was different. He was a guy in 1.0. Not to say there's anything wrong with transitioning. The reason...
Yeah, he just drank a Fantasia.
It's more like Bahamut shoved it down his throat, but yeah. Now, what happened was when he became a thrall of Bahamut, I think that's how I understand the story. Maybe because he had his helmet over his face, he did not know Van Darnus' true face. This is actually the face of a childhood friend of Van Darnus, but yet, from what I read was that this was the image that first came into mind, and that's how come Van Darnus has his face and gender. Then did the words of my God resound in mine ears. Bring unto mine enemies crushing defeat, that thee might know despair without end, and claim thee thus the victory which thou wert once denied. Also, Darnus, you don't fight him in this form. Could see that little remained of Neil's essence when Bahamut plucked them from the brink of oblivion. And the result was this strange simulacrum. Nevertheless, her aura bespeaks great power. She channels the rage of the Elder Primal himself. See, right here, it shows you little remained of Neil's essence when Bahamut plucked him from the blink of oblivion. Lord Bahamut, thy wish is my command. None shall scrape thine unquenchable fury. Come, ye dull, unthinking beast, and bare your teeth. They will avail you not in the calamity to come.
Oh.
Where does Alice go here? To the edge?
You know, it's probably best not to question shit.
Like, where'd you go? I just got
Aw.
started.
Same here. Like, this is one mechanic you do need to respect.
Yes.
Even at level 90, you gotta make sure none of the golems eat each other.
That was a mistake I made yesterday when I just tried this.
Yeah, this mechanic you can ignore.
As in,
As in this.
I let them all combine together just to see what would happen. It has a huge regeneration. The combined forms of them.
Eh?
You missed one.
How did he spawn? Well, don't even try to make a pun with Dolman spawn.
Because you fucked up?
Oh, get like right here. There it is. Okay, no orchestrion roll.
You're kicking yourself for that, aren't you?
A little bit. I mean, yeah, 15,000 is 15,000 gil.
Garbage. 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 And wait for it. Garbage.
Garbage.
And really, we're not fighting in on River Road. It was just a huge. Well, it's a grave, like they said, like a huge hologram.
Yep.
It didn't show us the ending?
I guess. No.
No. We're doing this proper. Sorry, Lena.
What's going on?
It didn't show us the actual ending. Like, remember there's a cutscene at the end before you get out, before it dumps you wherever you're supposed to get dumped.
Hmm. Are you doing New Game Plus?
Yeah.
That's actually kind of bizarre then.
I'm confused. I thought it was supposed to.
I mean, you can also just maybe go to the book.
That's what I'm doing right now, but I don't. If you're doing New Game Plus, I think that should be added to the story because you're doing this for the stories part.
Oh, I fully agree.
Maybe that's something I can suggest to Square Enix.
Maybe.
I mean, I'll have the evidence for it.
Yeah.
One sec, folks. Where's that book? Ending journey.
You're a book.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the new game. Suspend this for a quick moment.
Oh, no. No.
That is within Chronicles of a New Era, I think.
Probably.
Bahamut. What the? Maybe because I'm doing New Game Plus, it's not going to show me everything?
Maybe. Which is kind of bizarre.
I'm sorry, folks. I thought this New Game Plus would actually give all the expected cutscenes. That's for the next part. That's not it. Hang on there, guys. Another quest? I started this quest where? In Ul'dah.
Somewhere.
No, it doesn't show there. I know that for one point. I know it's in order to get the teleporting scene, you have to go to coming to Ul'dah. That's the third scene. Second and third. That well, Hildebrand. We'll get to that in a moment. Chronicles of Light. No. I'm confused, man.
Rip.
Alright, I guess I will have to go through, this fully, maybe come after that?
Hmm.
I'll have to look at this. Sorry, folks. So we'll just continue on with the story as it shows here. Sorry about that. I thought it would actually show all the cutscenes. Maybe once I finish this all, we'll be able to see it again.
Maybe.
I'll have to look into this after. Maybe once I'm done with this, I'll look and see if there's actual videos of folks that have done it the first try and go from there. If there is, I'll bring up the Square Enix's thought. Officers just to, yeah, could do that with a MSQ. Can go through the entire story, but I'm just being a dead bush at this point. So, sorry again, not seeing everything that I thought it would be. Alice's resolve. Why is it not showing up on the map? Mini-map. This is so weird.
Is it in that one spot like where, with the Bahamut part?
This is so strange. All right. Review the opening cutscene, second quote. Yeah, let's try this just in case. We've seen this one. That was it. Truly, it is wonderful to escape that stifling air and to return to northern Thanalin again, it would appear. I must thank you, Clalin. Were it not for your bravery, I strongly doubt that I would be standing here now. But you need not tarry on my account. The danger is past. Pray go on ahead and apprise Urianger of all that has occurred. I will join you anon. My thoughts are yet unruly, and I would rest here a while. Because those cutscenes I thought were great cutscenes too. I'm disappointed now, man.
Rip. I will at least say it is very bizarre that not all cutscenes are playing.
Yeah. And at least I thought it'd be available in the book, that book, but they're not. Would you mind just double checking? Because if you go into the book and go to see if you can have it on your side, if possible.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Because I see Alice's path and only 2 different cutscenes, nothing else. The triumphant hero doth return. Thine eyes speak of the dread task's completion. The second coil now lieth dormant. Yet I sense the tidings thou bearest are not altogether glad. Pray tell me, what ill hath cast the shadow which fallen across thy brow?
Alright, so Alisaie's path, I see that there's only 2 cutscenes.
And nothing else?
Nothing else.
Damn. An old foe and an old friend. Yeah, because you meet both. Van Darnus and Louis Soir. And so, 'twas but the ethereal shadow of Master Louis Soir that Lady Alisaie beheld. An unnatural conjuration enthralled to the elder primal. That the fiend would deign to choose him of all men. Even in full knowledge of the shade's true nature, I would be hard-pressed to weather such a confrontation. Yet what agonies must the young mistress have endured? Such torment she never deserved. Mayhap it were better if Lady Alice did absent herself from future forays unto the coils. I have come too far to surrender to grief, Urianger. Milady, I am resolved to defeat the primals, and naught shall sway me from my path. Now, let us peer more deeply into the well of our discoveries. As you wish, milady. By your leave, I would speak first of the Coil's late guardian, Neil Van Darnus. Fear not, no lengthy history shall I give thee of this man with whom... Alright, seriously, do this proper. Fear not, no lengthy history shall I give to thee of this man whom thou hast now defeated twice, or man and maid, I should rather say, through Bahamut's queer oversight. We callest thou the lunar transmitter, the device which thou didst lay waste, but a crude substitute. The device which now didst lay to waste was but a crude substitute for the crystal tower of the ancients. As a means to command the Red Moon, it wanted for both subtlety and safety. Ere the transmitter was complete, 'tis my belief that Neil sought to make contact with Dalamud, only to rouse the satellite's slumbering prisoner, and thenceforth did the White Raven's soul belong to Bahamut. He was fortunate indeed to acquire so powerful a thrall by chance. 'Tis little wonder he was so loath to part with him. Why let a simple thing like death deprive one of so useful a pawn? Though we may accuse him of bungling Van Darnus' resurrection, I dare say Bahamut was as content to have a handmaiden as a manservant. I only hope that the two thralls we encountered were the extent of this flock. Yet I cannot help but dwell on Neil's words, those beloved children of whom he spoke. I assumed at first that he referred to the moon's beastly guardians, but should Bahamut have enslaved other mortals, we must needs remove this source of worship. Otherwise, our efforts to disable the coil shall be for naught. Forgive me, mine indelicacy, milady. Thou art wise indeed to speak of expunging the primal's thralls, but canst thou truly pursue a course which would cost thee thine own grandsire? My heart and mine are as one on this matter. Grandfather's salvation can be won, but by a single method, the destruction of Bahamut and aught that might serve to sustain him. Clalin, while Urianger and I endeavor to ascertain the existence of any further thralls, I suggest you grant yourself a moment's respite. Rest assured that I will contact you the moment I have need of your inimitable talents. That we have achieved so much I owe to you. I fear, however, that our trials have barely begun. Though time has dulled the pain of thy passing, I find that I am wounded afresh. Master Louisoix, what good shall come of this unending search for knowledge and truth? Long have I believed that the pursuit of such treasures to be the duty of every true Clalin. Yet, when each new revelation serveth only to heap further anguish upon those whom we would fain protect, must we truly reach for more? So, you have found your resolve, dear sister. Will you now find a use for the secret, for the key that only you and I hold? Given our familiar prosperity for curiosity, you would do well to remember that keys may serve to seal doors as well as to unlock them, and Bahamut is a most unwelcome guest, to whom the door should never have been opened. Well, I can guess that this is going to be the same. Man is wont to cast light wheresoever secrets lie hid in darkness, though that which he illumineth seldom bringeth him joy, So it is with such unhappy truth as Bahamut's immense shadow doth conceal. Yet even onward forges Mistress Alice, undeterred by the burden of knowledge that weigheth heavy on her heart. 'Tis a perilous path she has chosen, and a painful one. I prithee, Clalin, remain by her side as her valiant blade, that she might see her quest to its conclusion. Clalin, it is well that you are here. Milady, how might I serve you this day? I have met with some difficulty in my mission, Urianger, and I should be grateful for your counsel. As you know, Bahamut's physical form is regenerating beneath the Cardinal Flats even as we speak. If we are to prevent his return, we must needs disable the 2 remaining intermittent hulks that sustain him. Every moment our mission is delayed, the realm is pushed closer to the brink of destruction. Alas, though I've determined the locations of the fragments of Dalamud leading to the hulks, I have been unable to find a way to enter them. And gaining admittance is but the first step in your perilous undertaking. When last thou descended into Bahamut's subterranean fastness, thou didst discover, didst thou not, that the dread primal has bound the shade of Neil Van Darnus unto his will? And though thou didst consign the fallen legatus to the blessed oblivion, thou mayest recall that the perilous wretch was not alone. Doubt not but that Bahamut's other thralls shall seek to hinder thy passage. You can say his name, Urianger. I have not forgotten that my grandfather is waiting for us. Milady, I will remind you, as I often remind myself, that the man whom we both loved and revered is no more. What remaineth is but a shade which defieth his memory. Defileth. The vile verbiage that spilleth from his lips must not be heeded, for it cometh not from your grandsire, but from Bahamut himself. You need not worry, Urianger. Come what may, I will not stray from the course. I will not let grandfather's sacrifice be in vain. But mere words will not take us whither we must go. As I said, I have been unable to find a way to enter the fragments of Dalamud. Milady, might I suggest that you visit the fragments again in Clalin's company? Full oft has the Warrior of Light set events in motion by virtue of her presence alone. 'Tis possible that she may do so again. I, the while, shall search for answers of mine own. By our efforts combined, full sure am I that the past shall be revealed to us ere long. Were it anyone else, I would question the wisdom of such advice. Yet I cannot deny that what you say about Clalin is true. Very well, I shall do as you suggest. Assuming you have no objections, of course. Good. Now we seek entry to 2 fragments of Dalamud. One lies at the Burning Wall in eastern Thanalan, and the other at the Singing Shards in Mordona. I left an assistant at each location with instructions to continue searching for a means of ingress. It is not impossible that they could have since found something useful to us. Let us begin by visiting my man at the Burning Wall. Deeks, I think it was. Burning Wall. Apparently this is a known issue.
Oh, for cutscenes not being played?
Yeah.
Huh, that's weird. Like, New Game Plus was designed specifically for seeing all the cutscenes. What the fuck, Yoshi P?
Hmm.
Fix my game.
I see. Are you not Mr. Seraph, my lady's most faithful companion? Sinus, madame, at your service. And may I say what an honor it is to meet you. How goes the survey, Deeks? My lady. It shames to say that I have found no viable path to the fragment. Though it stands there before our very eyes, the way thither has thus far proven impassable. When the fragment fell and pierced the land, it caused a prodigious amount of ether to spew forth. 'Twas this that gave rise to the land's twisted lay, which seems destined to thwart our efforts. Thwart. Even were it opening to exist, I fear we would struggle to reach it. We cannot give up. Keep trying. So near and yet so far. Well, it avails us not to stand here and stare at the thing. Let us away to Mordona and try the other fragment. Perhaps Sinus has fared better. Upon that look, my lady, there is something I must tell you. I'm sorry to report that I lost contact with my brother just over a bell ago. As you know, the singing shards are home to many fell creatures, ogres among them. While I do not wish to cause you undue harm, I fear something unspeakable may have happened to Deeks. What? Why didn't you give me strength? We must hurry to my assistant's aid. Okay, so this is an issue known about 4 years ago.
Hmm. And they've yet to fix it?
Apparently, maybe no one's actually made a complaint about it.
Hmm. I mean,
I'm going to.
what? I mean, you should.
Because I like the differences between 1.0 and Legacy, and not that there's anything wrong, I'm just curious what the difference is.
Yeah,
And
and honestly, I think that's a good complaint to bring up because you want to be able to rewatch the cutscenes for because it's a legacy player thing. It's not like you could just easily make a new character and be like, "Hey, I want to watch that cutscene again."
yeah, it's not something that's affecting me, it's affecting all players too.
Yeah,
You can't you're not yourself not be able to see the cutscenes after Van Darnus. Hey, this guy's bald. I'm almost bald
I mean,
myself, so I can.
uh,
Thank
I
you,
mean, joke.
adventurer. Hmm?
I was gonna say jokes on you. I didn't really want to see those cutscenes anyways.
Thank you, adventurer. For a moment there, I feared that my bones were gonna be ground up and used for baked bread, or used to bake bread. I am relieved to see that you are unharmed. It was wrong of me to press such a dangerous task upon you. But my lady, your worries are wasted on me. 'Twas nothing at all, I assure you. Ahem. If it pleases you, I shall report my findings. As you can see, though the tip of the fragment is exposed, the rest is encased in rock and crystal, rendering impossible to enter the structure. We might try excavating the area around the fragment, but that is like to take time, and there really is no telling how deep we need to dig before we can find a suitable point of ingress. As such, I am forced to conclude that gaining entry to this fragment is unrealistic. Forgive me, milady. Confound it, we are losing precious time. What are we to do now? 'Tis I, Urianger. Glad tidings have I for thee and thy lady. For a blessing, a way hath been found by which thou mayest enter the remaining fragments of Dalamud. Pray escort Mistress Alisade to the cerulean processing plant in northern Thanalan. There all shall be made clear. Urianger has found a way? We must go to him at once. Hang on, I may have found a way.
Go watch the cutscene.
Is there specific unending journeys for Coil?
Well, I know there's one for like the dungeons, but I don't know if that would appear there.
I'm going to quickly check that out before I continue. Let me find something that can help with that.
Yeah.
I think this should just be added to New Game Plus, to be honest. Like, it's good where they are
Oh,
now, but
yeah, I'm with you on that one. Like that definitely needs to be there.
I don't think it can be a 1.0 thing either, because those that seen my stream the last few days, they made reference to my character as a 1.0 character, and if I do it as Andine, they'll reference her as not a 1.0 character.
Yep.
So I am just confused now. I think
Are you always?
usually, but this is different.
Okay.
So apparently, yeah, where is it? Where is it in here? Yeah, there we are. Duty?
Heh.
Instance dungeons. Raids. Binding Coil turn 5 was one of them. Two of them here I missed. Alright. Here's for Binding Coil 5, here's the I'm gonna show you these two, as well as the one for 4. The ones I missed. These are gonna be a little bit off, sorry guys. Here it is. This contraption. It is used to control the saturation of ether? I suppose there's only one way to find out. The dragon you vanquished earlier. Doubtless you noticed a particular contraption around its neck. It is likely a receptor of some description, used to enslave the creature. Ancient alike possessed the means to control dragons, it would seem. This guardian would kill for this knowledge, to be sure. It could as easily be brought to bear against them. An army of dragons could turn the tide of any battle, as the Guardians once learned to their sorrow. I would not be the least bit surprised if they now sought to exploit this power. Whatever their plans, this serves as another reminder of the might of the Alligans. One cannot help but wonder how so advanced a civilization came to fall. God be good. Bahamut. This is Bahamut's head. Bahamut's head. being 3D printed back on.
Hmm.
And that enormous crystal, it pulsates as if it were a heart. Then the primal that had awakened was Bahamut all this time? No, 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 no. This cannot be true. This would mean that grandfather died for naught. Confound it, we do not know enough to strike it now. We must withdraw. What? Who is that? No, it can't be. There he is. Grandfather, is it truly you? Louis Soir. Excuse me. Van Darnus. No, don't leave me again. Please. Grandfather!
Bye, bitch.
I know. We can do no more for now. Then cutscene 6. Yeah, this is after you turn off the device and you're teleported out in northern Thanalan. So, hmm? But this looks like... How did we come to be in northern Thanalan of all places? Oh, but such details matter little. Grandfather's alive, Clalin. Bahamut did not defeat him. But why won't he return to us? I don't understand. If this expedition has yielded more questions than it did answers. At any rate, we would both be better for a rest. Let us return to the Waking Sands and reflect upon what we have seen. Thank you, Clalin. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Alright, the next one will be after Van Darnus. Just 2 more, Lena, then we can just jump right in. Apparently, it does the same thing for the final Coil turn 3. The last 3 cutscenes of that do not play out.
Okay.
So I'm going to start up the quest, then come back to Ul'dah. Just go to the end, just do the quest from here. Just for those last...
Ooh.
Just for those
Okay.
3 cutscenes, if you're cool with that, waiting.
Yeah. I'm just fishing, so just let me know when you're ready.
Sounds good. Yeah, this is what I was talking about with, after Van Darnus. After you beat him, her,
Thumb.
them, they.
I mean, to be fair, usually they thumb is a
Yeah.
safe pronoun.
But this was forced upon him, so...
I'm not
Yeah.
going to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah. Because he lost his... Sorry. That was rough. Poor creature. What would that you had never been born? You had surrendered your physical form and collapsed into ether. But Bahamut denied you death and imprisoned what little was left of you in an ethereal shell resembling... What? I wonder. Images from your memory, perhaps? But that shell is now broken, and your primal deity seems disinclined to sustain your existence. My primal deity? I kneel to no icon, What need have I to beg the favor of such filth? I am Neil Van Darnus, legatus of the 7th Legion. No, my thoughts are clouded, and this body is not mine own. Could it be that you spoke the truth? Was I ensorcelled by the Lesser Moon's ancient prisoner? That will not happen again. No, because you're gonna die. You speak as if Bahamut is as if Bahamut no longer controlled you. But that's impossible. Once a primal ensnares a mind, it cannot be freed. Unless Bahamut simply relinquished his claim? What need has he of a broken spirit bound for the ethereal realm? Oh, that should fall prey to the very influence I sought to purge from the land. The irony is galling. But do not assume that all my actions were chosen for me. It was my will that the Meteor Project be resurrected. Mine and none other. Yet it seems that my grand designs were destined to fail. Even the ungentle release of death was denied me. Neil, please, you must tell us more of the calamity. I must know the truth of what has befallen the world. What has become of my grandfather, Archon Louis Sois. You are Louis Sois' grandchild? Ah, the fates are generous with their cruelty. Continue on. If you would have your answers, they await you in the terminus of your path. But know that this path leads only to despair. The light of truth which was ever harsh and unforgiving. Why do you say this? Grandfather will be freed once I put a stop to Bahamut's restoration. Will he not? What are you not telling us? Steel yourself, child. Only unbending resolve and merciless strength can conquer what lies ahead. The weak do not but weep under the pall of their own misery, as did the frail child I once was. Silence, chattering raven. Your wretched wings are broken. You shall soar no more. My crimson moon, your brilliance sears mine eyes. I recognize that voice, Clalin, but never would he say such words. Come, let us finish what we came to do. All will be put aright when the final hulk lies dormant. Grandfather will be himself again, I'm sure of it. One more cutscene. Probably need to get dumped out of this place. I would expect it to let us do this whole thing again. Whatever. Bahamut regenerates more swiftly than I had anticipated. Let us hope that disabling this coil will serve to slow the process. The display seems different, but the controls appear to mimic the mechanisms we found in the Lenosha Hulk. It shouldn't pose a problem. Clalin, forgive me. The moment I beheld Neil's transformation, hope wilted in my heart. I did not believe we could stand against the manifestation of Bahamut's power. For all your fabled strength and skill, I felt certain that I was going to lose you, just as I lost my grandfather. And he, a man of whom naught seemed impossible, was humble before Bahamut's might. And yet, look how far we have come. 'Tis incredible the feats of which we are capable, our boundless potential. 'Twas this capacity for greatness, I believe, that grandfather so dearly wished to protect. With all that has occurred, I have come to understand that much at least. Tis done. Shall we make our way back to the surface and gather our thoughts? We have seen much that will benefit from Uriase's learned perspective. Ooh. Grandfather, it is you. Then why? Abandon this quest, Alice. I will not countenance further sabotage of the coils. Sabotage? But we must disable the coils if we are to prevent Bahamut's revival. Your defiance seals your fate. No, you're not who I thought you were. My grandfather would never... Foolish girl. How could the White Raven allow himself to be bested by such sniveling opponents? Listen well. We all exist at the pleasure of one divine will, and the word of Lord Bahamut is absolute. Scurry back into your holes, vermin. You've been granted this one reprieve, but should you be so foolish as to crawl into my lord's domain again, I will crush the life from you myself.
Sounds like he's been tempered.
He needs a Snickers. That light is in grandfather's eyes. He has suffered the same fate as Neil. My grandsire is no more. That was naught but a phantom that profanes his noble memory. This mockery must be expunged. I will not rest until I see grandfather's soul. Till I free grandfather's soul from Bahamut's tyranny. Do you hear me, Bahamut? Your time is at an end. Yours and my family will be avenged.
Yeah, eat shit, nerd.
Alright, so let's continue on now. Sorry about that, folks. I did not realize that the cutscenes would be severed. It is what it is. Sadly. At least now we can find them. So as I'm looking, apparently this occurs at 3 other intervals after the 3rd turn. And apparently the 4th turn it plays as it would normally.
Huh.
So I do not know why. I don't know. Maybe they'll fix this in the future. Then again, they had like
Probably not.
4 years now to fix this. Maybe no one's actually mentioned it to them.
Yeah, maybe.
Mine apologies for summoning you thus from afar, my lady, but 'tis here that your journey may finally begin. I did wonder, to my knowledge, there are no fragments in northern Thanalin. Nor are you mistaken, my lady. Yet a pathway doth exist, one which you yourself have made use of in the past. At the conclusion of your several forays into the binding coil, 'twas at the crystal formation which lieth to the north of this place that you did emerge, was it not? Yes, an ethereal stream bars back to the surface. That much I had surmised. Are you suggesting that we can use it to return underground? Even if that were possible, would it not simply bear us back to those places which we have already explored? It need not, milady. Pray, allow me to explain. Upon the evidence of your experience, it seems plain that two intermittent hulks may share the self-same ethereal egress. From this, we did infer that others may be connected in likewise. Thus did we labor long to verify the existence of further tributaries to the self-same stream, in which task we were at length successful. 'Twas then but a matter of arriving at a solution to the problem of traveling to an unattuned destination, that one might reach where we may call the headwater. We propose to employ a modified etherite which serveth to amplify such ripples as do originate from said source. By focusing one's essence upon these ripples, it should be possible to make the journey. Yet be fairly warned, milady. As with all untried modes of ethereal travel, this method entails considerable danger. Merely to attempt the voyage could cost you your life. This is a risk I am willing to take. You are brilliant, Urianger. But I am curious. Did you have assistance in formulating this plan? I could not help noticing your repeated use of the word we, unless you have taken to using the majestic plural in our absence. Nay, milady. You have correctly surmised I was not alone in this endeavor. Meaning there are others who are aware of our mission? Well, it cannot be helped now. Preventing Bahamut's return is what matters. If some secrecy must be sacrificed to achieve our goal, then so be it. Verily, it was not my wish to withhold knowledge of the aid I received. I pray that Mistress Alice will forgive me when she learneth of its source. So that must be the modified etherite. But what are the immortal flames doing here? Those men may be sworn flames of Ul'dah, but they are first and foremost faithful retainers of House Leveilleur. Alphanode! Alphanode? So it was you who was helping Urianger. Who else could it have been, dear sister? Lest you worry, I have no intention of making the details of your venture public. Like you, I prefer to avoid causing a panic. But given that which is at stake, namely the survival of the realm, one must be willing to accept help when it is offered. Would you not agree? At the very least, do not be cross with Urianger. 'Twas at my behest that he kept silent. We will speak later. Pray forgive me, my lady, but knowing full well your intent, I judged it meet that Master Alphanode be informed. Though your grandsire has become Bahamut's thrall, his noble blood courses yet through both your veins, and if he must needs be struck down. Do you hear that, Alphanode? I mean to strike down grandfather, and when I have done so, I shall banish Bahamut to the ether. Nothing you say will sway me from my course. I will protect the Eurasia, and I will uphold grandfather's legacy. Grandfather's legacy? Do you still not know what you yourself desire? Your actions are still driven by borrowed resolve. Borrowed resolve? What does that have to do with anything? Protecting Eurasia was grandfather's goal, and we made it ours. Both of us. This is why we came here, unless you had forgotten. God forbid I should ever forget, Alice, but you misunderstand. I do not question your resolve, only whence it came. If it were your own, you would be able to tell me precisely why you desire so fervently to protect the Eurasia. Yet you cannot, for it is not your resolve. But grandfathers, you may struggle to see the difference, but borrowed resolve shall never be as strong as that which springs from within. But let us speak of this another time. For now, preventing Bahamut's return is all that matters. To be plain, I have no objection to striking down whatever is left of grandfather. Know, however, that I will be accompanying you this time. As a son of House Levaillard, I will be present for his final moments. Very well, you may join us on one condition. I make the decisions. If it pleases, milady, the name's Erkenrad. Our preparations are just about complete. When you're ready to embark on your mission, just give me the word. I'll be waiting for you at the cerulean processing plant. Pay no heed to my brother. You can rely on me. We have come far together. You and I, and together... We have come far together, you and I, and together we shall see our journey to its end. Yeah, I think it was a good move on Square Enix to make these raids like a normal version, then also a savage version.
Yeah, I do like that.
I think this is one of the problems he ran into 11 with Change of Promathia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's one thing like Res Zero, you had stuff at the end where you're already high leveled at that point. That's one thing. With Change of Promathia, they want to... My guess is they want to include content that people of a lower level can partake in. And that's why the first... Where you have to get up to, I think, level 25, level 30 to do it. But you can still essentially do it at that level.
Mm-hmm.
But the learning curve was... You have to have endgame thinking at a lower level. Like that type of strategizing, and not a lot of new players would initially have that.
Okay.
Even took veteran players a while to get through those first 3 dungeons. And you had to go through those dungeons to get access to the new area. And they were hard.
Okay.
Especially when you don't know what you're expecting.
Hell yeah.
I guess that's why it just made it more memorable for some people.
I can believe that.
I know of the 3 first dungeons for me, it was Promavi and Hola that took the hardest. Dem was easy. Mia did it with one party. Hola took me a while. Still remember when I finally beat it, I was tanking as a ninja. We're at the last 1% of its health.
Nice.
We're dying. It has a special ability where it will absorb up to 3 status effects, positive or negative, If you have no status effects, it absorbs your health.
Nice.
We're at the end. We're running out of stuff to do where people were dying. I use the ninja's ability to blow myself up to deal more damage. That's how I gain access to that area. Because as soon as you finish the fight, you're teleported to the new area.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, you finished the last one of the 3.
I mean, you can do that with Blue Mage in this game.
Yeah, but it was extra massive damage we needed, and it worked. Kill yourself.
Yeah, sounds accurate.
Yep. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Seraph. I'm pleased to say that the Aetheryte primed and ready. As you know, the remaining intermittent hulks are connected to the fragments in eastern Clalin and Mordona. It's to the former that we'll be sending you first. Now, you'll be starting inside the hulk, meaning you won't have to cover so much ground. The drawback being you'll be fighting for your life from the moment you get there. Best be prepared for anything, for Milady's sake, if not your own. And that's about all I can tell you.
When aren't you fighting for your life?
Yeah. When your preparations are in order, just give me the word and I'll send you on your way. I may even throw in a prayer for your speedy return, just to be on the safe side. How thoughtful. Final coil of Bahamut now accessible.
Woo! Give me a moment.
For that, I'm gonna go into my house, or Ulda, my apartment, my hotel room.
I mean, you can go into Indian's house.
I could, but there's no book there.
I guess.
That's a big
Well,
hammer.
here's a question for you. Why is there no book there?
Because I did not know one existed until I saw it in our house, and I just never got one yet.
Uh,
And knowing me, if I have to craft it, if it's craftable, I'm gonna craft it myself and make a second copy so I can sell it.
Fair. That one actually might sell for a decent amount.
And with my luck, the materials for it are out there.
Probably.
You know what? I'm gonna finish up the story. Might as well. It took about 3 hours, give or take, because searching, trying to find out where I can get those cutscenes. God, that's annoying. It's one thing if they just did it from the beginning, like they did with the MSQ, but this cuts it off in the middle. It's not cutting off the whole middle. It's like cut off a piece here, a piece there. How about another piece over here? God. All right, when you're ready.
Hold on.
I'm done holding on. I forgot to read this part 2 for turn 4. All right. At a depth of 6,329 yawns,
Oh.
your exhausted yet determined fellowship enters the Hulk's operation deck. An impossible scene unfolds before you. The surreal landscape bathed in a crimson glare and holding the promise of epic conflict. Now for the current one. Alice is resolved to go through with her quest to vanquish Bahamut, though it means confronting her beloved grandfather, whom the Elder Primal has made his thrall. With Alpha Note's cooperation, an ethereal pathway has been established which will take your party to one of the 2 internment hulks that remain to be disabled. Your foray begins in northern Thanalan at the set of Dalamut's talents situated in Raubon's push. Spare no preparation and expect fierce resistance.
The Elder Primal.
Yes? Elder Primal?
Yeah, Bahamut?
Yes?
He's a pro, apparently.
Yep.
Fuck this game.
Fuck this game.
Apparently my portrait borked.
I'll give you time to fix it before next one.
It might have been something like where I think I know what Borked. It might be like the accessories.
Hmm. So this is how it looks on the inside. The internment hulk still functions. The teleportation was a success. We are come to the right place. There's no telling how much further Bahamut has regenerated since we last beheld him. Let us make haste to the main bridge and deactivate the coil. There were receptacles similar to these in their previous hulk. Those held chimerical beasts, but only the Allagans know what other abominations may be sleeping within. They may well be part of Dalamit's internal defenses. We must stay on our guard at all times. Hey, it's Spider. Dead Spider. Hey guys. It's okay, man. I got it. Don't worry.
Huh?
Where'd you go?
Oh. I want to see if hide would work.
Okay, do it the next one.
Well, it's on cooldown now.
Oh, I'm sorry. You should have said
Check
something
that.
earlier, man. Is this the dragon?
Check it. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the Hydra. Or is it the Corals actually?
We'll find out.
Oh, okay.
I got cutscenes.
Oh, you'll see it.
It's a chocobo.
Oh.
Is that like a mixture of a curl and a cobra?
Yeah.
Oh shit. That was easier than I thought. I hate you. Do you have the ending part for this? No, I do.
Hmm?
I don't want the. Already mapped this place out. Good.
Neat. You probably did because you wanted some of the
Dread Yeah.
I-130 gear.
Yeah. I might still want. Oh, by the 12 dragons and so many. We were aware that the Allagans possessed the means to control their creatures, but to imprison them thus is barbaric. I would not wish such a fate upon my worst enemy. Tis plain that no love was lost between the Allagans and the dragons, but was it truly necessary to keep so many great a number here? Dalaman did not want for defenses. This we have experienced firsthand. Such guardians as the Allagans created, both living and unliving, would surely no less capable of repelling intruders than these poor creatures. Tell me something, Alyssa. Have you not managed to determine by whose will Bahamut exists? No, I have not. At first I assumed that Bahamut had no people of his own, that the Alligans had perhaps discovered a way to simulate prayer itself. However, Neil's word gave me cause to reconsider, specifically the Shade's mention of Bahamut's beloved children. From there, I inferred that the Primal had given form by will of worshippers whom we have yet to... Oh. God, strike me down for a blind fool. Bahamut's beloved children right here before my very eyes. How could I have been so stupid?
Oh.
Who else but the dragons of Eld would summon Bahamut? Who else but they could sustain him? To think I wondered why the Alligans kept them imprisoned here. Even should the flame of Bahamut's life go out, his faithful children would summon him back. For this reason, the Allagan Empire kept an army of dragons here in a perpetual state of duress, that they might sustain the Primal's existence. It's actually a genius idea. Truly, the Allagans' ingenuity knew no bounds, and neither did their cruelty. Small wonder that Bahamut was so enraged. Let no one deny that it was man who sowed the seeds of the calamity. Will you now turn your hatred towards our own kind, dear sister? Do not patronize me, Alphanode. I merely acknowledge our guilt. Lest you be in any doubt, I have no intention of allowing Bahamut to lay the world to waste, regardless of the atrocities the Alligans committed against his kind. We have no choice but to eliminate all who worship him, be they his children or his thralls. It seems reasonable to assume that the system responsible for the Primal's regeneration is also responsible for sustaining the captive dragons. If we disable it, all should perish. Let us press on. Ready for number 2? Hello?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright. At the depth of 6,835 yalms, you and your companions are greeted by a breathtaking sight. A colossal replica of Dalamud, believed to be the device which regulates Bahamut's regeneration. The structure swarms with legions of the Lesser Moon's internal defenses, but through it you must go if you're to reach the main bridge. Commence. Dalamud.
Woo.
Was this the recreation of a new Dalamud, maybe? How would it be going into space? Would it be going to space? I go right, you go left?
Yep.
I don't think I need much help this time, man.
Well, you ain't getting any.
Rude.
Yeah, you'll be fine. got a big guy coming your way.
Where?
Never mind. He's kind of dead.
This is a lot faster than we did this last time, man.
I know.
You think that we were both stronger at this point?
Probably.
Didn't this dragon require like a certain mechanic we have to respect?
Yes.
Like, don't stand in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, just go and kill him.
Sounds. Yeah, don't stand in the center if I remember this correctly. Okay.
That works too.
I mean,
I didn't want to wait. I had to kill it. I hate you.
I didn't want to wait either.
Why did you leave me this time? Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at those Aether Stones. I'm sure you want those.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Look. See this? I'm tossing it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You see this hand? Tossing that too. Oh, and see this hat? Same thing.
Oh, you don't want those level 130 Bahamut gear?
Not until I get my Heaven's Word jobs. Oh, cutscene.
Because you know that stuff's good for your level 50 jobs.
Why? This looks like a model of Dalamud. Yes. For millennia, Bahamut must have gazed at this unchanging view. Trapped inside a prison that was scarcely large enough to contain him, unable to move, denied the release of death, how his hatred for man must have burned. And that hatred found an ideal vessel in Neil Van Darnus. In many ways, Bahamut is to be pitied, not loathed. But knowing the true extent of his fury, I am more convinced than ever of the necessity of our endeavor. Besides, he is not the only soul that cries out for vengeance. Alright, number 3. There may be some relics references here I don't remember. If not at the beginning, then certainly at the end of it.
Hmm.
As I mentioned, this is mainly for story purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot, hang on, I have to check this.
Gods, he is almost whole again.
Cutscenes? Voices?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I forgot to read the synopsis.
Oh well.
His size is staggering. I can scarce imagine how Grandfather stood against such a monstrosity.
This cannot be allowed to proceed any further. Let us disable the coil and move on. Grandfather? No, that man is dead. I will not dishonor my beloved grandsire's memory by calling you such. You are but his twisted shape, the thrall of a mad primal.
You were foolish to disregard my warning, child. Are you so convinced of your own righteousness?
'Tis the rightness of our path that led us to return. Eorzea will never be safe whilst Bahamut remains to threaten all we hold dear. What of the hero who gave his life in defense of the realm? Do you truly dispute the justice of our cause?
My poor, ignorant grandchildren. Your world is shaped by naught but recent conflict. Listen, and I will speak to you of justice. 'Twas in the twilight of the Third Astral Era. The southern land of Mericidia suffered invasion at the hands of the Alagon Empire. With no atrocity too depraved for their purpose, the forces of Alec were unstoppable in their advance. Desperate for salvation, the dragons prayed to one of their first brood, to their ancestor Bahamut. Infused by the power of their fervent supplications, Bahamut arose from the abyss of death and took wing as the Mericidians' newborn god. Yet this great miracle would only serve to further the maniacal designs of the dragon's imperial conquerors. The cruel fetters which bind my lord stand testament to the Alagon's boundless greed and hubris. I once summoned the 12 in an attempt to forestall the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. What then did the dragons of Mericidia do that I did not? Wherefore are they accursed and I exalted? 'Tis man's overweening belief in his own primacy that blinds him to the commonness of his condition and the truth of his own tyranny. As long as man is suffered to remain, the dragons shall never be at peace. Only when the plague of people has been expunged shall the children of Lord Bahamut be free. Then shall the world know true justice.
Stop it! Grandfather would never say such things. His belief that people were worth saving never faltered. He had faith in their strength, that they could stand together and push back against the darkness seeking to shape them.
A false hope. 'Tis folly to place one's faith in so flawed a race. Stand together? Huh. They would first need to agree on which direction to face. If history teaches us anything, it is that man cannot find common ground between his own 2 feet. Even you, twins, whose veins run with the same blood, struggle to fathom each other's reasoning. You hide your differing agendas behind the convenient banner of Eorzea's salvation. Given your obvious self-interest, can you truly claim no kinship with the Alagon? And though I hope they might bring you closer, 'twould seem that the twin grimoires I bestowed upon you were a wasted gesture.
There may well be truth in your judgment of Alize and me, but such a one-sided tirade bemoaning the evils of man rings false, coming from the lips of Archon Louisoix. Tell me, do you champion the cause of dragons because Bahamut compels you as his thrall? Or is it because you yourself have transcended the limits of man's existence?
Ah, so the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth. If you would have them, then you must needs take them by force. Come, rend this divine form asunder and claim your answers.
This part always confused me. Still does. A primal enthralled another primal.
But I thought
Yep.
he has become a primal?
And let's not forget, apparently, he also tried to summon the 12?
Yeah. Well, he did try. He was not enthralled back then.
Yeah.
But then the 12 turned him into a primal. But then Bahamut is a primal, but he enthralled another primal. Phoenix.
Yeah.
Anyways.
It is difficult,
Well,
I know, but you
maybe
must
because he's
accept
an
it.
elder primal, he
That
can do
entity
that.
is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandsire.
It's difficult, I know, but you must accept it. The entity is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandsire.
Please, for his sake and for ours, you must defeat our grandfather.
So for legacy character, this is like fighting an old friend.
Yeah.
It is, really. Oh, you.
You penis.
I just got my swords ready. You get my swords out, man.
Okay.
That's fine, I don't care. Seriously?
Honestly, I know that feeling.
Just use your damn sword. There. You just get one off. There. God, that's... Oh, I got the rest now. I don't know for how long. Right.
Oh, have some pants and gloves?
Jackass.
Zero items remaining.
I gotta get rid of this trash. I will probably come back here myself if I want some. But it'd be
Yeah.
kinda cool if I the other jobs.
Yeah. I mean, the next time you need this gear is probably maybe for Beastmaster.
Maybe. Ooh, yes.
And my guess is it's gonna be some kind of melee or physical ranged.
Maybe they'll use a whip. See,
Well,
go ahead.
I am expecting it to use a whip.
Alright, so this is
But-
where I'm in. Like, after fighting Phoenix, Louis Suave, there should have been a cutscene. Or 3. So we're going to leave New Game Plus. Let's look at the book. Before I forget, the description for turn 3 was... At 8,872 yawns below the surface, your party arrives within Bahamut's cavernous regeneration chamber. As Alice moves to disable the interment Hulk, she finds her way barred by her grandsire, the Archon Louisoix. The man once gave his life that the realm might be spared. If you would honor his legacy, you must strike him down.
Mm.
Alright, let's look at this book. Go to duty, instant raids, turn
Hey,
3, cutscene 3, 4, and 5. Alright. This is where legacy. There's a bit more legacy notification, a little bit here, not a lot. But like I said, Louis Swan, main character, were comrades, friends.
Grandfather is truly gone this time. But better it end this way than the alternative.
I am yet here, Alice, my dear, sweet granddaughter.
Grandfather?
I must thank you, warrior of light. Without your valor, I might never have broken free of Bahamut's control. These last few moments are mine, to live as the man I once was.
This is all that I wanted. Yet, now that it is happening, I find myself struggling to believe it. Is it really you?
Grandfather, pray forgive me my insolence. It was not my intent to demean you.
Forgive you? I am proud of you, child. You were wise enough to deduce the manner of creature I had become. Alfino, Alize, if any here should beg forgiveness, it is I.
Grandfather, I must ask, will you not tell us what befell during the calamity?
Yes, yes, of course. You have come far to hear the truth. Let us then begin the tale at the Battle of Cartano, where clashed the forces of the Garlean Empire and the Eorzean Alliance.
That's why this voice is familiar. Louis was. The introduction to 14. Alright.
The narrator?
There in
Yeah.
the sky above the surging armies that the elder primal
Okay.
Bahamut broke free of the Red Moon Dalamut. In an effort to contain this avatar of destruction, I called upon the 12 to aid me in the creation of a prison of ether. But Bahamut would not be caged by such feeble bars. Too vast was his might, too fierce his rage. You know of what happened next. I used the last of my strength to send you and your companions outside of time, and then prepared to meet my end.
Yeah, just like a small tidbit of legacy reference here. Outside of time. I guess that would explain why the characters don't age. But then how would they know to send you forward 5 years in the future? Maybe you didn't know. Just picked an arbitrary date.
Wait, how come the characters don't age?
Well, this is set 5 years in the future. Like from
Ye-
the end of the 1.0.
Yeah, where Louis sent everyone 5 years in the future.
Yeah, and with the exception of a graphical, it's not update, it was they had to scale back the graphics. the characters looked as youthful as they did back in 1.0 when they emerged. So that kind of explained out of time, but as to know when to toss them out, 5 years in the future is maybe just pick the date, pick the year. Cutscene 4. That's bright. Last cutscene.
As you have no doubt surmised, I did not perish. When the cage built from the essences of the 12 was destroyed, the sky was filled with a colossal cloud of ether. This drifting energy responded to the prayers of those fighting below, and to my own desperate wish that the dying realm be saved by infusing me with the power of a primal. I became the immortal phoenix, ancient symbol of rebirth. Rising into the sky, I struck Bahamut with all my newfound strength. The blow shattered his earthly form, and a shower of ether rained down upon the land.
If he is the Phoenix rebirth, does that mean he's going to come back to life later on in Dawn Trail?
Thus began the rejuvenation of Eorzea. Believing the deed done, I relinquished my
it would be
hold
interesting
on
to see that.
staggering energy, desirous that it should be returned to the realm without delay. But I had not reckoned on Bahamut's tenacious will. Even as he teetered upon the cusp of oblivion, the dragon reached out to claim me. Alas, within my fast fading form, enough remained of the Phoenix's energy to offer Bahamut a hold, and he dragged me along in his wake.
And thus began your existence as the Elder Primal's thrall.
I cannot help but wonder at his will to survive. Though he was all but obliterated, Bahamut found a way to seize the power you surrendered. That would explain why part of his physical form survived to be entombed underground.
It would also explain why Eorzea was so terribly warped. Even as the land sought to restore itself, the returning flow of ether was cut off.
Very good. When his grip on existence was once again secured, Bahamut did not cease his feast until he had consumed every last mote of ether that yet floated in the air.
And still he was not fully restored.
You must remember that by this time, much of the freed ether had already returned to the land. That which remained was not sufficient to reconstruct so massive a form in its entirety. But there did not need to be. Not for a being sustained by the marvels of Allagan technology. As long as some piece of Bahamut persists, the Coils will seek it out and continue their regenerative task. The fragments of Bahamut appear motionless from the surface, but deep beneath the ground they had been searching, tunneling through rock and soil towards their escaped prisoner. And, as you have observed for yourselves, they found his heart. Warrior of light, heed me. You must put a stop to Bahamut's regeneration. Whether it be for man or for dragonkind. The question of justice is irrelevant. The Elder Primal will leave naught but a smoldering wasteland for both his children and ours. I beg you to defend Eorzea, as you always have, and as I always knew you would. This portal will take you to the final internment hulk. 'Tis time for the tale of Bahamut
Just for me.
and his
No problem.
part in the calamity to come to an end. Alvino, Alize, pray, come closer. Your hopes and dreams must no longer be an extension of mine. You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm, your own meaning in this sea of chaos. Will you do that for me?
Of course, Grandfather. I have already made it my mission to see this newborn Eorzea survive and flourish.
Alize, while I was yet enthralled to Bahamut, you spoke of my faith in man's strength. Know that your words reached me, imprisoned though my soul still was. So forceful was your conviction, I wonder if that belief has not become your own. Perhaps, after all your anger and sorrow was spent, You found something greater within you. See this fight to its culmination. 'Tis also your strength, in which I have faith.
Thank you for everything. Pray, take your rest, Grandfather. You deserve it.
There are records of an art that allowed one to summon the power of a primal from the essence of its demise. And though I am no true primal, all that I have left, I give to you. Alvino, Alize, my darling grandchildren. May light's blessings ever keep and protect you.
Come, warrior of light. Our task remains undone.
All right. Thanks for waiting, Lena. Lenda's still here.
Yep, no
Yes.
worries.
All right. The last one ready?
Yep.
All
Let's go.
Restored to his senses in defeat, Louisoix used its final moments to send your party to the main bridge of the final internment hulk. There, to banish Bahamut once and for all. Yet though the end of your arduous journey is in sight, doubt not that the cornered primal will lash out his unbridled rage. If you are to overcome this terrible foe, you and yours must be of one purpose. Join now your hearts and minds and sally forth to bring the 7th Umbral Era to its true conclusion. For the future of Eorzea! That's such a corny line. Yeah, after this, call it an evening.
Okay.
After the story.
It is already 1:30.
Yep. For us, anyways. The Burning Heart.
Twas a long and arduous road, but at last we reach its end. Farewell, Bahamut. I banish you back to the ether.
I don't think Bahamut's agreeing with you.
He is not yet whole. I did not think him capable.
Is that
Alize! Alize!
I had thought it finally over. He will not survive another blast. No. Is this how I honor my promise to Grandfather?
You must needs find your own reason to fight for this realm. Your own meaning in this sea of chaos.
will, grandfather. In fact, I believe I already have. That reason has been with me all along, guiding me. Eorzea's blade of light, shearing through endless shrouds of darkness. I have been shown the miraculous feats of which we are all capable, of which I am capable. Bahamut, you have wreaked enough havoc. I will not let your wrathful fires consume all that we know and
I will
love.
say I am glad the twins got different voice actors.
How long I have waited to hear you say that. You have found your resolve at last. Let me join my strength to yours. In this place, in this moment, our purpose has become one. For the future of Eorzea!
You just ruined the whole scene with that. That was good though.
I mean,
This last task is yours, warrior of light. You must destroy Bahamut's crystal core.
like, it's weird to see a book being able to fuse together with another book to become one.
Gorilla glue.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's... Wait, 8 beams going in there?
Yep.
But there's 2 of us.
We're so strong that we cover 8. It takes 8 to bring us there.
I mean, alright.
Yep. Is that why we went with Bahamut against Bahamut?
Yeah.
Jackass.
Wait, you still have 1 slot remaining?
Yeah, that's right. That's a good image right there.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Yeah, you just have to kill Bahamut with a Bahamut.
Hey, look, I got the astrologian weapon.
Woo! Yeah, what's an astrologian?
Alright, I'll just leave with this. Let's go. Can you jump off the ledge here? No?
No, you can't jump off the ledge.
I tried.
I think the ledge does have a death wall.
Maybe.
You did it! But one task remains. With this last coil disabled, there shall be naught left to bind Bahamut to this world. His beloved children will finally know peace.
Clayton looking on. First time she saw this beast was destroying the world. Now she sees it just disappearing.
I mean, that's probably a good thing. Oh, Bahamut returns to the ether.
Tis done. He is truly gone. You knew, didn't you? You knew what Grandfather had become.
I was not certain, but from all I had gleaned, it seemed a distinct possibility. The scene people describe of the Battle of Cartano was one of unimaginable devastation, and 'tis through the combined prayers of the desperate and an abundant source of ether that primals are born. I merely put two and two together.
And you consider that a sufficient explanation? Well, however you stumbled across your theory, 'twas this revelation that made you wary of my attachment to Grandfather. You feared that in my obsession, I would fall under his primal sway. Is that why you decided to join us? To pull me back should I show signs of wavering?
Pray forgive me, sister. I wished only to protect you. Yet I see now that I needn't have doubted the strength of your conviction. May I ask you a question? What do you now intend to do with the truth you have uncovered?
Which particular truth was that, brother? The fact that desperate prayer gave rise to the primal phoenix? That this new god was responsible for setting Eorzea on the path to rebirth? Should such a tale become common knowledge, people would soon offer up their prayers in earnest. They would beseech Phoenix to complete the healing that was begun.
Yet as you and I know all too well, the very act of calling forth this savior would do more harm to the land than good. We cannot encourage such worship for this very reason. Were Grandfather forced to return as an ether-draining primal, it would undo all that he had worked to protect. Your abiding love for him was the key that unlocked the truth of the calamity. But keys may also serve to seal doors that were best left unopened. Let your love now guide your actions, and lock away deep inside the fate of both Grandfather and Bahamut.
Fear not, Alfino. I understand what must be done. The realm need not know the truth for it to be saved. That the Elder Primal is banished, to return no more. That is enough. Let us make our way back to the surface. Poor Oriange must be beside himself with worry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot to go to New Game Plus when I did that. Whoops, let's keep going. Well, we've done the cutscenes, folks. Let's go finish up the rest of the story. Alright, where do we go from here? Alice's Path, Northern Thanalan. Alright, let's finish up the story. I believe there's a couple of steps and that's about it. And after that, we'll call it a night. This took, what, a couple hours at least?
Something like that.
Yeah, about 3 hours. I'm pretty sure if I did not do my little explain, it might have been a little bit less, but
Yeah. It's what else.
fair enough. This is so weird. Yeah, I feel like the mini-map, it's not showing up where I need to go. So strange. Wasn't this like Bahamut's Fang or something? Or a nail of Bahamut, that's where we come here?
I think so.
Something like that, anyways. In spite of your preference, of your presence, I must confess that there are moments when I fear the worst. But in the end, you plucked us from the flames and bore us safe unto victory, just as you always have. As for Alice, I have never been more proud to call her my sister. No, I don't want to read. No, I don't want to see the cutscenes again. Let's just go. And here we are again. After that descent into darkness, the desolation of Northern Thanalan seems paradisal. As promised, I shan't reveal the truth of the calamity to a single soul. However, the nations of the Yorja will require certain assurances that the threat of a new primal is gone. Kept in the dark over long, it is only a matter of time before they seek answers of their own accord. Let us recommend that the fragments of Dalmud are sealed off, that the truth may rest undisturbed. But first, we must go and report to Uriange. I would not do to keep him in suspense. I dare say we shall find him pacing up and down at the cerulean processing plant. There's the quest, Alice's Path.
Yeah, okay.
If I remember right, we don't see her again until towards the end of Heaven's Ward.
Yes.
But I've never actually done the story. With Andean, I did this in Stormblood or Shadowbringers. And so I never actually got to see this as content as is. So I'm curious about this one go forward. Did you actually beat this when it was current?
Nope.
Alright.
I never. I beat Bahamut during Heaven's Ward.
Alright, so this should be interesting then.
Well, you fucking did the Bahamut stuff the first time during Shadowbringers while everyone was still on the first.
Yeah. Well, it should be interesting now with Clalin. Can actually see it from a different perspective if there is any changes.
Yeah.
Ah, the warrior light returneth undimmed from the depths of darkness. By thy triumph at the bearing, I take it thou hast succeeded in thy mission, and yet thou art alone. Mistake me not, friend, full glad am I for thy safe return. But where, pray, are Master Alphonode and Mistress Alice? Here, my friend, forgive us our lateness. We took the scenic route. Bahamut is no more. The realm is safe. By the heavens, look at you! You got dirty clothes, man. What horrors your young eyes must have seen. What suffering your young bodies must have borne. Pray tell me, where are you hurt? Your wounds must needs be cleansed and dressed at once. I shall make you a poultice which draweth out. Be at ease, my friend. We're all hale and whole, I assure you.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah. Auntie Uriange. We took a few tumbles, but the worst of our hurts are healed. I believe we have grandfather to thank for that. Master Louis Sois? So, then you met with him once more? But wherefore should Bahamut's thralls seek to ease your suffering? I promise to reveal all to you in due course, dear friend. But first, there is a matter which requires our immediate attention. Now that Dalamud is defeated, we deem it best to bar entry to all of the fragments of Dalamud. To this end, we will convince the nation's leaders that the danger is past and invite their cooperation in ensuring that the fragments are never again disturbed. Come, let us depart and seek an audience with them forthwith. A moment, sister. You need not burden yourself with this task. Uriange and I will more than suffice. Might you not take this opportunity to rest? The gods know you have earned it. But I am fine, brother. Besides, you have been through as much as I have. Oh, I see now. You want to play your game of diplomacy and wish me out of the way. No, not going to be further from the truth, Alice.
Yeah, so you're just finishing this up and then gonna head off?
Pretty much. I'll find a place to lie down first and then call it a
Alright.
night.
Sounds good. Then I'm probably just gonna jump off then.
Sounds good. You have a good night, Len. Thanks again for the help.
Yeah, not a problem. You have a good night as well.
Cheers.
Cheers.
My lady, 'tis my earnest belief that your brother has your best interests at heart. You have more than done your part, and he desires but to relieve you of a burden that he might easily bear alone. I have some experience treating with dignitaries, you must allow. And as you never fail to remind me of my fondness for diplomacy, I feel it only right that I remind you of your aversion to it. Then it is settled, Uriange. Pray make arrangements for a chocobo carriage. The ride should give us ample time to prepare our story. Chocobo carriage? I want a chocobo carriage. Alphonode. Though our paths are different, we share the same goal, do we not? But of course, dear sister, that which we have just achieved together stands as testament to that fact. Whatever path we choose to take, our heart shall ever lead us to the same end, Of that I am certain. Thank you. There's a place I would visit. Might I ask you to accompany me? But first, I do believe a change of garments is in order. It won't take long. The landscape is the same. Of course, there's no reason that it would be otherwise. Though it would be poetic for the fragments to magically disappear, I am well aware that they shall remain long after you and I are gone. The world may change irrevocably, but life shall ever go on. Let us take a closer look, shall we? I have no doubt that Alphanode would do an admirable job concealing the truth of the calamity. And such truth as were revealed in those dark depths will never see the light of day. I myself agreed that it must be so. But in the thoughts of the people of Eorzea, but the thoughts that the people of Eorzea shall forever remain ignorant of their savior, of your deeds. The injustice of it all is almost too much for me to bear. How typical of you, ever the heroine. Even so, I cannot deny that I feel better for your reassurance. But I want you to know that I will never forget. You are the one who freed Grandfather's soul and saved the Eorzea from Bahamut's wrath. And though these great deeds will never be remembered in song, their consequences will be felt forever by every soul who calls this realm home. Yes, this pot will do. For Grandfather, Neil, and the dragons of Mericidia, for all those who were taken by the calamity. At long last, our struggle with Bahamut is over. The realm, given new life through the prayers and sacrifices of countless souls, may look to a brighter tomorrow. When the dust of our adventure has settled, I shall embark on a journey. I mean to find my own reason to fight for Eorzea. And when I do, I will fight with all my being. You have done so much for me, Clalin. One day, I hope to be able to repay you in kind. I have no doubt but that you will continue to help those in need and grow ever stronger in doing so. I shall endeavor to do the same. If the 12 are kind, I hope one day to become Eorzea's sword in the darkness, as you are. Come what may, you may rest assured that I will not be outdone by Alpha Node. When next we meet, I promise that I will not disappoint you. Till that day, fare you well, my friend, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. That, my friends, would have been the end of, as far as I know, be the end of a Legacy's characters story that started way back when 1.0 began. It's actually a combination of a Legacy characters as well as any characters that started afterwards. And yes, there's some dialogues were different than new players. But as it just said in this series of cutscenes, different paths but the same goal, same location, same destination. And with that, I'm gonna return to Ul'dah. So once again, friends, thank you for joining. Hope you had an enjoyable time watching the stream. I do apologize for the mix-up in the cutscenes earlier. I was unaware that the new game plus for Bahamut was going to cut the cutscenes, and for the time it took to find them. As mentioned, I see if I can mention this. I will mention this to Square Enix, see if there's anything that could be done. Perhaps just a matter of limitations. I don't know. Maybe they'll be able to give a response. I'd actually like to hear that response. Till then, we're going to cut this here tonight. I will be back again tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time. I do have some tutorial things to get done tomorrow. But when I do so, I'm gonna just it'll be a chill evening. Gonna work through the class and job quests, one nation at a time, and I'm gonna be starting with Ul'dah. And start with Paladin, and probably just go like, yeah, Paladin, Monk, Black Mage, followed by Alchemist, and then Miner. And then make my way to Limsa Lominsa, and then finally Gridania to end off this journey. Till then, I want to thank you again for joining. If you like what you've seen, click on like, click on follow to be updated on future events. And before I do, we're going to raid someone whom I don't know yet. Looks like someone's doing either check Dragon Song. Try and go for the ultimate, I guess. Or it's Sword and Unreal, one of the two. Right, not this person. Let's see. Who can we do today? Who should we?
Legend of Dragoon.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do Gerald Hart. Once again, for those that joined, thank you for joining. Hope you have a pleasant evening, and I shall see you all next time. We shall be raiding in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take care, everybody. Good night.
Yeah, thanks for the follow. Not the follow, the raid. Welcome. Sorry, fuck. It's okay. He's getting old and thanks for the follow. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you had a wonderful stream. I'm just refreshing that, like, I need to. Yo, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Take care of myself. Look. I can show you guys a couple of photos of, like, of him.